Good afternoon and welcome to the October 21st, 2020 session, virtual hearing of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence the call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found on the meeting web page of the Board of Zoning Appeals. As noticed, this is a virtual hearing conducted on the Zoom platform. Applicants and other interested parties may participate by utilizing the interactive Zoom hearing link found on our meeting web page or by utilizing the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join. When attending, please be sure to identify yourself by name and case number so that we may be able to determine which application you wish to speak on. The Q&A and chat functions on the Zoom platform can be utilized should you have any questions, which will be answered by our staff. Again, thank you for attending this virtual hearing. Applications before the zoning board today will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and then finally the rebuttal testimony of the applicant, limited to those issues brought on by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of the presentations, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the application today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we can close the public hearing and place a matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we can hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means simply is that the relief that you seek from this board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days. That grant letter will be issued directly to the applicant. That is the document that you return to the building department with, or to continue with your endeavor. In this instance, obviously, you would return with your application and a copy of that letter and deliver it to the bin, in the designated bin in the town lobby. If the motion that you hear is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on decision calendar, what this means is that the public hearing was held today and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days in which to render a decision on the application. Again, once that decision is rendered, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the board's decision can access it off of the town's website under the meeting and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Finally, if the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to hold the public hearing open to a future date, this occurs when either the applicant has not met conditions precedent to the relief sought before the board, or more commonly, where the board requires additional information before we can decide the application. In this instance, the public hearing record is held open to a future date. On that future date, the required information is made part of the record, and then the matter closed for decision. I want to acknowledge receipt of the notice documents for each of the applications pending today, which have been made part of the record and our files. In the course of your presentation as an applicant, please provide this board with any testimony or exhibits you wish to be made part of the record for the board's consideration. If you are not an applicant here today, but someone wishing to speak on an application, please note that opposition testimony before the board will have the same opportunity to provide the board with testimony and exhibits for the board's consideration. We ask only where there's more than one person or neighbor speaking on an application that you do not repeat what someone before you has said. Just please indicate to us that you agree with that prior point or that prior testimony, and then move on to issues not yet covered by prior speakers. In doing so, we can ensure that everyone wishing to speak will have that opportunity. I want to thank you for your attention, and I invite you to stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
and to the
republic for which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Good afternoon once again. Welcome to the October 21, 2020 virtual hearing of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: James Mazzarella,
Present.
Charles Lazaru,
Present.
Rick Cunha,
Present.
Ronald Lindsay,
Present.
Howard Bergson,
Present.
Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. I see that there are no postponements from the 2 p.m. interval calendar, so that we will commence this hearing with cases 1 and 2.
Campo Brothers Associates LLC, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Properties located on the west side of Woodland Avenue, 3,471 feet north of Moriches Middle Island Road, Manorville. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, A and B, requiring a lot area variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot A and a lot frontage variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot B.
Mr. Chairman, I have Michael Strauss for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. I see Mr. Strauss being promoted now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Just please state your appearance for the record, please.
Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, for the applicant.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Strauss. We will start with the planner's testimony on the application.
Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, I'll ask you to swear Mr. Reed in, please. Mr. Doyle, are you with us? Did we start the hearing without John?
He was with us, Mr. Chair. I don't know where he went.
I'll give him a call and try to get him back on.
All right, thank you. Well, for the sake of this hearing,
Chairman, you could swear in.
yes, I was just going to do that. Just looking for, oh, here he is. I guess, Mr. Reed, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. I heard that. So then let's start with your testimony then.
Property is located on the west side of Woodland Avenue, 3,445 feet north of Middle Island Mauritius Road in the Hamlet of Manorville. The applicant is proposing to divide the 205,664 square foot parcel into two lots of 51,695 square feet and 153,969 square feet. The access to the proposed lots intended via a 16-foot wide common driveway from Woodland Road, which is partially improved at the subject parcel. And the property is located in the A2 Residence District, requiring a minimum lot size of 80,000 square feet. And the proposal does not conform to the lot area requirement of the A2 Residence District. Acknowledging same, there is adequate lot area for two lots meeting the requisite lot area requirement. Parcel is also located in the compatible growth area, the Central Pine Barrens, and the survey prepared by Kenneth Beckman dated May 5, 2020, illustrates 35% clearing envelopes, which conforms to the Pine Barren clearing standards in the A2 district. It is noted that the Board of Appeals granted a two-lot land division known as Campo Grandchildren Trust, which is depicted as lots 2 and 7 on the radius map, and is nearly identical in size and configuration as the subject parcel, with one inherent difference. And the applicant proposed two lots which conform to the lot area requirement of the A2 district. Staff opines that the land division was clustered in order to provide a shorter driveway and contiguous open space, which is encouraged in many circumstances. However, staff has certain concerns granting lot area variances in this area of Manorville, which may provide for a precedent for other endeavors in the locale. Further, Lot 2 is intended to be 153,969 square feet, roughly 6,000 square feet shy of 160,000 square feet, leading to the potential for further subdivision. In addition, as previously mentioned, the applicant previously provided for conforming lots with the Campo Grandchildren Trust endeavor. It is noted that Woodland Avenue terminates at the subject property, and the site plan reveals that Woodland is currently under construction, and a road improvement plan is on file at the Department of Planning. Should the board look favorably on the application as presented, mitigation is provided for the board's consideration, with the application being an unlisted action pursuant to SECRA.
And for the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed, based upon his review of the application. Mr. Strauss, we have your appearance. How would you like to present this application?
Mr. Chairman, my client's under contract to purchase the property. The overall yield of these two lots completely conforms to the nature and character of the area. You can see the number of lots of this size that have been split into 2 flag lots in the area, or lots double this size that have been split into 4. The one concern that Mr. Reed seemed to have is that by having a larger lot in the back and a smaller lot in the front, that down the road, someone could try to come before the board and ask to further subdivide that lot, even though there will be a no further subdivision covenant. I sent a letter to the board yesterday, I believe it was, indicating that the applicant would have no problem putting more specific language into the no further subdivision covenant to put anyone on notice that the yield for this overall 2-lot subdivision was already utilized, and that the lot will not be permitted to be subdivided any further, to make that very clear. By proposing the development the way the developer is, we're able to leave a 400-foot buffer in the back of the rear lot, which leaves a tremendous amount of the property natural, and is a much better way to develop the property from an environmental point of view. Anecdotally speaking to the environmental people in planning over the years, they all would prefer a clustering of these kind of developments and a large natural area in terms of being environmentally sensitive. And I think that's what we're doing here. It's only going to be 2 lots for all time, and it's going to leave a lot more of the property natural. And of course, the front lot is still just about 1.5 acres. It's still a very large lot, as the property is over 4.7 acres altogether. I'm only talking about 2 lots. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Mr. Strauss, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
I have, a few questions we could start with. First, the 51,695 square foot lot, which would be the first lot, correct?
Yes.
From the road. Are there other lots in the area that are comparable in size? And do you happen to know how many?
I couldn't give you a count on that. There are more just outside the radius. But again, and also if you look at within the 200-foot radius, I'm sure that lots 16 and 21 in terms of area are smaller. I'm sure lots 10 and 11 are fairly close. But I think what we're really looking at is the overall yield here. And by making that lot a little bit smaller, you end up having a shorter driveway, which is less asphalt and less paving. And again, that very large 400-foot buffer area in the rear. I could understand, and I spoke to Mr. Reed about this, him raising the possibility that someone could come back down the road. And I think the language that I proposed, which could be, of course, tweaked with the Department of Law and this board's permission, will make it very clear that no one's going to be able to subdivide this any further.
Okay. So I completely understand that you're trying to somehow sterilize that back portion. And I don't know how you would do that or accomplish that unless you sit down with law. It's just, from my perspective, to put a covenant. Covenants have been put on properties and also relieved by boards such as this. So yes, I understand Mr. Reed's concern about, so this person that owns lot 2 could come in technically for a 3rd lot. To actually put in language in a covenant, have you explored any other alternatives, like dedicating I believe you had said it was the back 400 feet to the town?
Well, I think they'd prefer, they actually are negotiating a sale on that lot, and they prefer not to do it because people like the idea of owning a large parcel, even though it's going to be natural. Look, if the board as a group feels that the front lot has to be made larger, the applicant's not going to refuse to compromise to do it. I'm trying to make the case that I really think this is a better way to develop it and a more sensitive way to develop it environmentally. If you need to increase the size of the front lot, we would also have to reduce the size of the buffer, of course, in the rear.
No, understandable, and that's I think a valid point and a good point, and that is that if if we increase the front lot, which I don't have, I actually think it would conform better looking at the tax map, would conform better to the area because there's still some very large parcels that are undeveloped in the area. And we would be setting a precedent for an 1.5 acre size lot if we agreed with the presentation at this point. Now, I don't know if I agree or disagree at the moment. I'm looking at the potential of creating 1.5 acre parcels throughout here. And then, of course, obviously the third lot coming back, which you're trying to address with language and a covenant. But also the other issue, the other side of the coin is that 53,000, I think it's 51,695. You're creating, an 1.5 acre zoning now, or a precedent for 1.5 acre lots. And I think that's what Mr. Reed's concern is. And I think the board has that concern as well.
If the board, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
If the board has that concern when you're discussing this case, and the board wishes to push back the lot line on the front lot by another 125 feet to make it something even as much as 80,000 square feet, at the present time, we'd have to, and of course, there'd still be a 35% clearing limit either way, so that no more than 35% of the whole site can ever be cleared. But we would have to reduce the buffer from, let's say, 400 feet to 200 feet, and then just also have an area that's never going to be cleared to meet SEN. But we'd have to, if we're going to make that lot somewhat smaller, we'd really have to reduce the buffer area substantially. Again, they would still be adhering to the total 35% clearing limit, regardless of the size of the buffer. We just thought the buffer was something that the town would actually like. But again, if you need to increase the size of the front lot and reduce the buffer substantially with the 35% clearing limit, that will be acceptable if that's what the board determines is what they see as a better way to develop.
Now I have I guess a follow-up to this, and that is that I believe Mr. Reed mentioned that lots 2 and 7 were by the same applicant, and I know those were divided equally. So the reasoning behind those being divided equally and these not being divided equally is basically preservation of open space and less of a driveway. Is that what you're?
I couldn't really tell, it was a number of years ago, what the reasoning would have been. It's just more and more things have moved towards clustering most developments like this. But I couldn't really give you a specific answer as to why that was done this way and this is being proposed that way. But again, if making the front lot closer to or as much as 80,000 square feet is what the board wants to do to grant the application and reduce the buffer from 400 feet to 200 feet, and then of course we'll still adhere to the clearing limit, then that's going to be acceptable to the applicant. That's really up to the board after we've presented it how we prefer it. But again, if that's your determination, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, and I have one further question, and that is the road improvement plan that Mr. Reed refers to. Is that your client's road improvement plan?
No, it's actually another builder, and it probably should be in, and my client will do what is ever necessary, whether it's double bonding it, making whatever arrangements, because obviously they won't be able to get a building permit till that's satisfactory with town highway and planning, and that may end up being a double bonding of the road if something else isn't worked out, but obviously it's being done.
So you're addressing it just in case the other builder does not put in the road that you're.
Yeah, obviously my client would have to address it. You can never get a permit unless you have a bonded road that you have the right to develop. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? As I view this application, Mr. Schaus, what I see is that there's going to be the same amount of area not cleared, no matter how the parcel is divided. Whether the natural and disturbed or buffer area is completely behind the homes, especially the home on lot 2, or whether there's going to be some area of natural and disturbed buffer between the houses, and the balance of it behind. I see the positive of it. It's less asphalt, less driveway, obviously less cost in infrastructure. I see the negative to it in that it creates a potential, not the probability, but the potential for a third lot. And in this instance, also the placement of the houses would not be consistent with what the board's prior action was right next door, in that we're placing one house right smack next to what was a natural undisturbed area created by the first, by the original application by Campo Brothers. So you see that we have several issues to deal with. I do appreciate the fact that according to your testimony on behalf of the applicant, that they will find whatever the board decides to be acceptable and move on. At the very least, you'll need a lot frontage variance. The question is whether or not the lot area variance is something that the board
Correct.
will accept. All right, is there anything further from the board on the application? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, move to close and hold.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cunha. Let me just hold that motion. Mr. Vega, do we have anyone wishing to speak on the application?
I might have no speakers on this case, but I have plenty of people who have not identified themselves.
All right,
on
and
the
let me just
attendee list.
state for the record to everyone that is attending this Zoom hearing and is sitting in as an attendee. And I see a number of attendees without any reference to a case number next to your name. Please take the time now to rename yourself with your name and the case number you wish to speak on. I do note that there are people standing as attendees who wanted to observe this application only and have no intent to speak, and that is certainly acceptable. But if you have an intent to speak and to become a participant, please just rename yourself. And if there's any question about how to do that, the chat function has been very active during these proceedings thus far, with Mr. Vega responding to every question. And there's also a Q&A section. So as I see it, I have no one wishing to speak on the application. Mr. Cunha, then I will take that motion as a motion to, what was it, to close and hold?
Close and hold, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you do increase the size of the front lot to 80,000 square feet, please reduce the buffer to 200 feet, and we'll still, of course, adhere to the clearing limit.
What we would do in that case is we would grant the lot frontage only, and then the natural undisturbed area would be dictated by the size of the lots and the clearing limits.
Thank
for
you,
this-
Mr. Chairman.
for this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case numbers 3 and 4, Aruba Holdings, 127 Lower Sheep Pasture Road, East Setauket. Property is located on the east side of Stony Brook Road, 621 feet south of Oxhead Road, Stony Brook. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot frontage and minimum and total side yard variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 1, lot frontage and minimum and total side yard variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 2.
Mr. Chair, I have John Zolo for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Zolo, I see you've been promoted. I still don't have any video and you're still muted. Very good.
All right.
Yes, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. Zolo, why don't you give us your appearance for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Law Officer John B. Zolo, 12 Manor Road, Smithtown, New York, 11787, on behalf of the applicant Aruba Holdings.
Thank you. We'll start with this hearing with the testimony of the planner.
Property is located on the east side of Stony Brook Road, 621 feet south of Oxhead Road in the hamlet of Stony Brook. The applicant is proposing to divide the 65,728 square foot parcel into 2 lots of 31,524 square feet and 34,204 square feet, with access to the lots intended via Stony Brook Road. And the property is located within the B1 Residence District, requiring a minimum lot size of 22,500 square feet and the proposal conforms to the lot area requirement of the underlying zoning. There are a total of 53 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 23% or 12 lots enjoy lot frontage conformance with the application. It is noted that the applicant filed a 3-lot land division of the subject property with flag lots, which was denied pursuant to findings and conclusions. Ruba Holdings, case numbers 8 through 10 of September 25, 2019. And permission to refile a 2-lot land division was granted by the board on June 3, 2020. And the proposed endeavor for 2 lots now eliminates the need for lot area variances and eliminates the creation of flag lots, where in the previous endeavor for same enjoyed 2% conformance for frontage. Further, staff finds no other parcel within the 500-foot radius which may be susceptible to similar relief. And in terms of the dwelling size, while the endeavor requires minimum and total side yard relief, it is the opinion of staff that the relief is not substantial. And further, the proposal conforms to the small lot ordinance recommendations depicted in 8583 of Town Code for lots with 90 feet of frontage, which is a minimum and total yard of 16 feet and 35 feet respectively. As procedural, the application is an unlisted action with the negative declaration recommended.
Thank you. For the record, then, those are the comments of the board's planner. Mr. Zolo, what did you have for us here?
What I had for you, Judge, first, Chairman, is first, and members of the board, thank you. I submitted the pictures of the, I just want to make sure the pictures of the signs were there. You have the posting affidavit, the mailing affidavit, and we have the building plans were submitted. Very briefly, and again, Mr. Reed covered everything in the memo. We were here previously in September of 2019 for a 3-lot subdivision with flag lots and variants, more substantial variances than being stored here. We're now proposing a 2-lot subdivision and requiring for lot 1 and lot 2 frontage of 90 feet reduced from 125, which is required. Looking for minimum side yard variances, 19 proposed, 20 feet required, and the total side yard 38 feet proposed and 45 feet required. I would like to note that on lot 1, we're proposing 2 single-family homes on the parcels, but for lot 1, the house that's being proposed is going to be a ranch-sized house of about 1,400 square feet, and we did submit plans to the building department, and I believe the board might have them also. So we're only going to be seeking relief for variance on 1 foot on the side yard. It's going to be a 1,400 square foot ranch, and on lot 2, it'll be a 2,130 square foot 2-story colonial. Again, I think this is hopefully straightforward. We're not looking for lot area variances, and these are substantial lots. And unless the board has any other questions for me, I think we hopefully have satisfied and addressed the board's concerns by changing this from a 3-lot subdivision to a 2-lot subdivision. And the board would see fit to grant these variances.
Thank you, Mr. Zolo. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zola.
Good afternoon.
So they went back and this is what their new plan is, obviously.
Yes.
Can you understand me? Okay. According to the planner, it's pretty straight up. The lot frontage, I don't know, if it's, like you said, it's not that bad. What are we looking at, 20%?
Yes, 28% it says.
Relaxation.
Relaxation, yes.
Okay. And there's other houses in the neighborhood that I'm sure enjoy that relaxation also, correct?
Correct. And also, I think, and Mr. Reed references it in his report, that if you look at the small lot ordinance, we're in compliance with the frontage, and that's what they said they would apply in this case. That's the second last
Okay. Okay, I really have no further questions on this, Mr. Chair. It seems pretty straightforward. I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. I know that in the board's findings and conclusions with our denial of the 3-lot flag lot application, we pointed out that this was an alternative that was feasible for the applicant to pursue without requiring all of the variances previously requested. So seeing that, this is why I imagine the applicant accepted the invitation and brought the application to us. I do know, talking about the lot frontage aspect of the application, that the board's planner, Christopher Reed, identified it as a 23% conformity, but the board is familiar with the radius and the particular area. We know that there are a number of lots at 10 or 15 feet wider, which is not significant. And if we were going to consider overall what it would be, the percentages would be much higher just with a couple more feet on the frontage. So I don't see that it doesn't appear to be an issue to me, and I recognize that this is the exact application that the board invited you to bring on behalf of your client. So I appreciate you speaking with your client and counseling them in that regard.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back.
All right. We may have speakers on the application. Let me ask first, is there anything further from the board on the application?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Vega, do we have speakers?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers on this case.
All right, Ms. Riccardi, do we have correspondence?
Yes, I have 2 letters. I have an email from Dr. Gregory Alexander of 40 Marion Avenue, Stony Brook. I'm writing on behalf of my wife and myself, who live at 40 Marion Avenue near the proposed variance. This regards a property on Stony Brook Road, and the proposal is to build 2 houses. We are opposed to the variance. Such building will undoubtedly involve the cutting down of numerous trees, and this is fairly wooded area. That is part of what we like about living in our house and in this neighborhood. Developments have been built near here, and the land has been virtually clear-cutted. The developers apparently having little concern for the values of the trees. We fear this may be the case here. And I have a letter from Lorraine and Paul Marsick. The Marsick family has lived at 44 Marion Avenue, Stony Brook, since the mid-1970s. Many changes have occurred in my area since moving to this beautiful area. The growth of Stony Brook Hospital and University are the major ones. Both have increased 10 times in size since, without any changes to traffic control with the additional buildings. Roads are bumper to bumper during the peak hours and 24/7 to the hospital. The land has been taken away from our natural wildlife, causing excessive accidents with animals. The air and water have changed due to the cars and trucks and building smoke caused by the growth in our beautiful town. The reason why we moved to this area was because of the natural barrier between the backyards. The owners behind us had horses and other farm animals. The wildlife sold us on the area. Having a top-notch school district also made it clear that Stony Brook was the area we wanted our family to grow up in. The addition of any homes or driveways on Stony Brook Road or Oxhead Road would increase the congested area to a point, making it unsafe for anyone requiring emergency vehicle assistance. Please note that in this location on Stony Brook Road, there is the fire department and a large house of worship that also requires access at all times of the day. The Marsick family and the caring Stony Brook families beg you to reconsider your decision to build in this already congested community. If this proposed change were to happen, it would be taking away the beautiful landscape of the Stony Brook community, increasing the air and water problems, and make it difficult and unsafe for emergency vehicles to move about in the community. That's all I have.
All right, let me just note for the record that the prior flag lot land division that this board considered and denied would have placed houses deep into the parcel, which I would understand the concerns of the neighbors on Marion, which is the street behind it, of cutting that far into the parcel. I note in reviewing the planner's comments that there are clearing limitations that would be imposed on the parcel should the application be granted. And I just want to note for the record for the board members that those 2 speakers were radius 10 and 14, not adjacent to the parcel, but certainly on Marion Avenue within the 200, or one within the 250-foot radius and one just outside of it. That being said, is there anything further on the application? Mr. Zolo, did you have any responsive comments?
No, just Mr. Chairman, you did point out that there's clearing restrictions, which is a proposed covenant on the property, that the vegetation, clearing of natural vegetation shall not exceed 70% of lot 1 and lot 2. So, and again, the bulk of the the house will be built towards the front of the property, so there should be buffering between these homes and the homes on Marion.
All right. Is there anything further from the board? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Yes, sir, sure. I'd like to grant the application as an unlisted action with negligent declaration and all reports from the town planner. Recommendation planner.
Yes, that motion is by Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Cunha, was that a second?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cunha seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Stay healthy and safe. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Case number 5, Janet Campos, 32 Prospect Avenue, Seacliff, New York. Robert Batuvius, 33 Grassland Court, Mount Sinai, and Paul Pavlidis, 100 Eakins Road, Manhasset. Property is located on the northeast corner, North Country Road and Halleck Landing Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests permission for 3 proposed non-illuminated carved wood drive-through wall signs to be located on south, east, and west elevations. 1 sign is permitted per elevation. Also permission for proposed freestanding drive-through sign indirectly lighted, direct lighting is required, to be located less than the 22-foot required from North Country Road. 10.6 feet is requested.
Mr. Chair, I have John Armentano for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Mr. Montano, we can see you. Very good. You can hear us also?
Yes.
All right, sir. Are you an
Mr. Chair?
attorney?
Yes, I am. I'm with Farrell Fritz.
Very good. Mr. Vega, did you have anything further?
Yes, I have a presentation to accompany with his application, separate than the survey.
All right, then. Mr. Armentano, just give us your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, John Armentano with Farrell Fritz, 100 Motor Parkway, Hauppauge, New York, for the applicant.
Thank you. Apparently, your office submitted a presentation for the board's consideration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then, Mr. Vega, is that something that you're going to manually go through, or is it a video?
It should be up on the screen right now.
It's a manual, but I think Mr. Reed has his staff comments, and then we can respond after that.
All right, then. No, that's fine. We'll start with Mr. Reed's testimony then.
The applicant seeks relief for signage at existing restaurant, and the property is located at the northeast corner of North Country Road and Halleck Landing Road in the hamlet of Rocky Point, and enjoys a 2,798 square foot Starbucks restaurant. And permission for the Starbucks from the former Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant was granted by the planning board on March 9, 2020, stemming from a change of use application. And conditions with the planning board approval germane to the subject application include, but are not limited to, the following: that all signage shall be applied for with the building division and comply with section 57A 8.1, the Route 25A Hamlet Center Overlay District, which requires wood carved or similar signage with direct lighting. And the proposed ground sign shall comply with section 57A12, the setback requirements, or obtain relief from the Board of Appeals. Existing signage at the restaurant advertises Starbucks coffee, and the additional signage intends to advertise drive-through and is 7 square feet in size. With regard to the relief for the quantity of signs, it is noted that similar endeavors for 2 wall signs at Starbucks were granted by the board, one of which was in Farmingville, stemming from an application known as Farmingville Associates, case number 15 of February 21, 2018, with the other occurring in Manorville, stemming from an application known as CA 485 County Road LLC, case number 13 of January 30, 2019. With regard to the ground sign setback, staff notes that at its intended location, 22 feet is not feasible, wherein the sign would be encroaching into the landscaping and pedestrian path. However, there appear to be locations away from the Halleck Landing Road, North Country Road intersection where a conforming 22-foot setback may be achieved. It is also noted that the previous KFC ground sign also enjoyed a 10-foot setback and is in the same proximity of the proposed ground sign. With regard to the sign's illumination, it is noted that the parcel is within the Route 25A Hamlet Center Overlay District, and a new sign ordinance for this area was adopted by the town board on April 2, 2013. And the ordinance requires monument-style signs with direct lighting. And the applicant seeks relief of same to provide for a monument-style sign which has certain components which have indirect lighting. And staff has reviewed the concept plan prepared by National Sign and Lighting, revealing an LED housing on top of both the Starbucks sign and drive-through sign. It is noted that signage may be illuminated, but with direct lighting mechanisms, which are typically fixtures of the gooseneck variety. It is the opinion of staff that the lighting meets the spirit and intent of the ordinance, where the signs are not intended to be backlit. Should the board look favorably on the application, consideration should be given to imposing a condition that the ground sign lighting shall be limited to indirect lighting detail depicted on drawing number 96377 SB15, prepared by National Sign and Lighting, dated September 14, 2018, and backlighting prohibited. The application is a type 2 action.
For the record then, Mr. Armentano, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed, based upon his review of the application. What presentation did you have for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a very brief presentation. This is an indication of the site itself. It was a former Kentucky Fried Chicken. It is now an operating Starbucks. This site plan does show you where the pylons or the monument sign will be located in the same location as the KFC sign. That is the circle, the pink circle at the south. It's on this photograph, the bottom left. The other indicators are highlighted in yellow, where we are reflecting where the drive-through signage will be. If we go to the next page, if we can scroll, yep. That is the existing condition of the Starbucks, where that is what it looks like today. If we scroll to the next slide, that indicates the proposed location of the drive-through sign, which will be directly below the Starbucks emblem. And if we scroll to the next page, there's a colorized version, so you can see through the elevations what this would look like. It is typical of many Starbucks in the town. We actually handled both of the CA 485 Manorville application and the Farmingville application, where two signs were permitted on the facade. If we scroll to the next.
Mr. Armentano, was that the south elevation that we're looking at right there?
That would be actually, that is the west elevation.
Facing Halleck Landing Road?
Correct. That is correct. So if you're going west, if you're going east, right, on 25A, that's what you'll see.
This is the south elevation here.
This would be the south elevation, correct? Yes. So that is facing 25A. And again, that shows you where the Starbucks, the drive-through sign will be. The next slide is the colorized elevation. If we would, yep. So that is the drive-through sign, which is the indicator sign. Again, if we go to the next slide, that is the existing conditions. You'll see where that drive-through sign would be placed to the immediate right of the Starbucks sign, which also does show, it's hard to see, but you see the LED lighting above the Starbucks coffee sign, which was the indirect lighting discussed by the staff report. The next slide is showing the east elevation, which is the final location of the additional sign located or depicted in pink. We then have a colorized elevation showing what it would look like. So those are the issues as it relates to the two signs on one frontage. The next slide is the monument sign, which is a typical Starbucks sign with the indicators for the drive-through. This is, the next slide is showing the dimensions of the pylon sign, where it would be. And if you scroll to the final slide, that is what the property used to look like, and that we are placing our Starbucks sign in the location that the Kentucky Fried Chicken sign was located in. That is the best location for it because that is really the only location, and it's used as a, to locate the store on 25A, both east and west, which is the more traveled side, side of the building. With that being said, I do believe we meet the test for an area variance. There is prior precedent for two signs on the frontage. These are not substantial. The pylon sign is in the same location as the former KFC sign. We do agree and would consent to the conditions that were raised in the staff report in terms of a condition, the last part of that being how it would be backlit. So that is my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Before I give it out, you just said the pylon sign is in the same place as the KFC one, but but we understand this is a monument sign. That's
I'm
correct,
sorry.
right?
It is a monument sign. That is correct.
All right. Questions from the board?
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Mazzarella.
how are you, Mr. Armentano?
I'm well, thank you.
So, yeah, just getting right to the sign that the chairman just inquired about. The height of the monument sign is what?
Scroll back. It is 6 feet. So if you, it is 6 feet, 1 1/2 inch.
Okay. All right, and I am assuming that due to the setback, even though you're looking for relief, understanding that it can't be located at 22 and change due to the proximity to landscaping, etc. The sign's position, and I'm looking because it looks like a pretty wide corner there, should not have any interruption as far as line of sight goes with traffic coming around that corner.
That is correct. If you go to the second page of the application, so it's small, it is lower than the KFC pylon sign, obviously.
Right. Located exactly the same spot, just down on the ground, monument style.
Correct. That is correct. It is the pink. I was pointing. It is the pink circled area.
I do see it on the survey. Anthony, can we just go back to the picture of the KFC sign? Okay, good. Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. It looks like plenty of space there for line of sight. That was my concern. Okay, and then can you just tell us a little bit more about the technology inside that sign and how you achieve the that warming glow? Because I'm sure that it's something that the board is going to begin seeing more and more. And if we're going to consider this as agreeing with the code, maybe you can give us a little more insight.
There should be a technical engineer on the call as well to answer anything I misspeak about, but my understanding is there will be an interior light which will will illuminate the white of the Starbucks sign. So that is what you'll see. It's an internal glowing sign, and I don't believe that's backlighting in the sense of a true backlit sign. It's more of a beacon type. Yes.
Mr. Armentano, why don't we promote the individual that is prepared to speak on that issue? Do you know the individual's name?
I should. Let me
Because we can find him in the as one of the attendees and pull them up.
Yes, 1
I
second.
believe it's Catherine Reyes.
Is it Catherine Reyes?
Let me just grab that. Yes, correct. Yes, it is Catherine.
Let's promote that individual so we can take further testimony on this issue.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Reyes, we can hear you. We're unable to see you yet. Are you able to put your video on?
Hello.
Yes, we can both see and hear you. Very good. Can I ask you just to please give your attention to the board's attorney so that we could swear you in?
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. Let's just start with your appearance for the record, please.
I'm Catherine Reyes from Catapano Engineering.
Very good, Ms. Reyes. I know you've been following along. I think you were able to hear the ongoing presentation while an attendee.
Yes.
Also, there was a question concerning the technology associated with the monument sign that the board has under consideration. Are you able to tell us a little bit more about that?
It's going to be an LED strip light that's going to be located within an aluminum housing that kind of is aimed down so that it will wash the existing wood sign, the proposed wood sign.
All right, Mr. Mazzarella, so I interrupted you just to locate Ms. Reyes, but you can continue if you like.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just being a little bit redundant with it only because, again, if this is going to be the technology that is coming online, I am sure that we're going to see more applications. And we, as a board, I think it's important for us to be familiar with this type of lighting if it's going to be, again, become more widely used. So, I'm assuming again that this looks very different than backlit in that it is in a downward direction.
Yes. The typical Starbucks signage is the whole inside face has the illumination behind it. So all the white will get illuminated behind. This one is actually, the light is going to be on the top underneath that housing strip, and it will just glow the face of the sign. So it's from the front going down.
Okay, yeah, we had some preliminary discussions, and one of the board members actually described it pretty similar to the way you're describing it. So thanks for that, Charles, by the way. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Reyes. I appreciate you giving us a few minutes.
Thank you.
All right, so continuing on, the only question I have regarding the wall signs is I guess would be the east elevation. And my only question and or concern would be, is that additional sign there, the purpose of it, is that for assuming the westbound traffic on North Country Road? And I only ask that because you have quite a large facade that's facing to the south. And my thinking is most of that traffic is going to see that facade.
The reason for the east elevation is correct to direct the westbound traffic as to the location of the drive-through, because the drive-through is to the north of the property. So this is a directional sign indicating where that there is a drive-through.
So just indulge me for a second. So in order to get in, you're gonna have to make a right on Halleck Landing Road and come around the other side of the building, or is there an entrance there off of North Country?
You have to make a right onto Halleck Lane. I mean, you could enter through the other strip malls entrance and go around, but the typical entrance is on Halleck.
Well, anyway, just buttressing my point. Only because I like to see minimal signage, but I feel like it's almost adequate with that south-facing large facade. Although again, that east elevation, that extra sign with the arrow, while maybe it drives home the point a little bit more. I don't know how detrimental it is one way or the other, but I just wanted to put it out there.
You were breaking up a little bit. I couldn't hear what you said.
Basically, I said what I said was that my feeling is that the south elevation sign is adequate only because you're still going to make that right-hand turn. But I do understand that you're really just trying to drive home the point as to where the drive-through is located. But again, I don't think one way or the other that extra sign is detrimental either one way or the other. That's just my own opinion.
Thank you. And for the record, you can, if you look on that second page, there is an entrance off of North Country Road to the immediate right. So that is the other way in. So if you were to be stopped at the light, you can enter that way to enter the Starbucks. So it is, I think, important to have there.
Okay. And all right. That's it for me. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Armentano, knowing the area, I don't know that you'll ever see the east elevation sign because of the building that's there. What you'll see is the south elevation before you'll see the east elevation. But my assumption is that in your drive-through properties, especially the others that your firm has handled, there's consistency on each elevation that has visibility from the roadway.
That is correct. It's typical for a Starbucks to, if it has a drive-through, to make that point known, because that is, as we all know now, more important than ever in terms of getting access, and Starbucks highlights that in its signage. And it is typical of many of their buildings in Brookhaven as well.
I can understand the desire to do that because of the sensitivity to the, I guess, the ongoing pandemic and the need for persons who would prefer not to exit their car to obtain the product from Starbucks. I don't know if we lost Ms. Reyes or not, but in terms of the signage, I just wanted to get back to that monument sign. I see that it is exteriorly lit, and I do see that the lighting goes down, and it does flush certainly the outside of it, but there appears to be, and this was brought up by our board member, Charles Lazaru, some sort of channel behind that plastic face that the lighting goes down also, and that's is what is illuminating the white background. Ms. Reyes, I do see you've come back. Maybe this is a question more properly associated with you. Is that what works here? Is that how it's working?
I'm not quite sure of the question. It is in a channel. It's in that aluminum channel at the top, and there's also one at the right above the drive-through sign.
Yeah, but the light that emanates from the LED fixture, does it only flush down the exterior of the face of that sign, or is there a channel behind the exterior that it also can go down?
I guess the question is there any backlighting in the, and I believe the answer is no, there's no backlighting.
Yeah, no, there's nothing inside the sign. All the lighting is outside of the sign on the
So the structure then, apart from the piece that sits on top and the lighting is in, there's nothing about the round section of the sign that is open. It's a solid piece.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can we, excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Lazaru, yes.
If you would go back to the drawing of the pylon sign to the indirect lighting detail section view, which is the furthest to the right on that drawing.
Yes, we'll have Mr. Vega open it up for us.
There, that's fine, the way it is. The lights are, my interpretation of that drawn section is the lights are on the outside face. The lighting source for the supposedly imitation carved Starbucks sign is, it is a plastic that will reflect the light. And then the one below that at the other one, which is a straight horizontal bar that does the same thing for illuminating by washing the surface of the directional sign of this way, this way to the window. That's, I don't see anything that indicates that there is a inside lighting. The only thing that's inside supposedly is, according to this section, is that it's a something supply, a lighting supply. The arrow points to that. Beg your pardon?
The power supply?
Yeah, that's what's inside. There's
Right.
nothing, there's no illuminator on that.
No.
Okay, so I think essentially we have all outside lights that are washing. And because of the material and the fabric of both signs, they illuminate because there's a luminescence to the plastic or whatever they're made of.
Wood, it's wood.
The Starbucks sign with
Yes, I
the
know.
lady, yeah, with the lady with the long hair and whatever. And then the drive-through with the arrow. Those are reflecting materials. No, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Sorry
Thank
to
you.
interrupt.
No, thank you, Mr. Lazo. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Vega, do we have speakers on the application?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers on the application.
I have no correspondence.
And no written communication either. Mr. Armentano, I will take note before I give the board the application for a motion, is that both your presentation and the board's independent inspection revealed a number of banners on the parcel in the ground, and just communicating an open, the open nature of the store and the insignia of the store. That is, of course, prohibited by the code, and as a result of any motion the board will make will be subject to the removal of those banners and streamers, whatever they are at the parcel. Okay,
Yes, of course.
all right. If there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application and with the language in regard to the signage reflected in Reed's report.
Thank you, then. That that is, and just to be more
Second.
specific, motion is by Mr. Mazzarella to grant the application as a type 2 action. The ground sign lighting shall be limited to indirect lighting detail depicted on drawing number 96377 SB15 prepared by National Sign, and lighting dated September 14, 2018. Backlighting prohibited. In addition, subject to the removal of all banners, streamers, flags, and pennants prior to the issuance of the permits for the signage. Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Case number 7, Staker Properties LLC, 1 North Country Road, Wading River. Properties located on the northeast corner, Moriches Middle Island Road and Manor Yaphank Road, Manorville. Applicant requests relief of covenant imposed by the Board of Zoning Appeals decision of September 30th, 2015, stating that there be dry storage only and no outdoor storage of vehicles and/or equipment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Vega, do we have a speaker?
I have Michael Morbillo. I also
Thank
have
you.
a Donato Magnon, but I'm not sure if he's here to, the applicant.
All right, when Mr. Morbillo is okay. Mike, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Very good. Is there someone that you wanted to present with you? We
No.
have someone named Donato. No one that you're familiar with?
No.
All right, then let's just start. We'll start with having you sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Thank you. And your appearance for the record, please.
Michael Morbillo, architect, Inspire Design Group. On behalf of the applicant, office is located at 1650 Sycamore Avenue, Bohemia, New York.
Very good. As with the other presentations, we'll start with the testimony of the board's planner.
Property is located on the northeast corner of North Street and Moriches Middle Island Road in the hamlet of Shirley. It is noted that the parcel was granted certain variances in conjunction with a proposed 2,500 square foot industrial building stemming from an application known as MKM Development Corp., case number 3 of September 30, 2015. And the board imposed a covenant as part of the 2015 grant, which is as follows. There shall be dry storage only and no outdoor storage of vehicles and/or equipment. And it is recommended that the board incorporate the minutes from the prior hearing. The lot size is 25,914 square feet, wherein the code requires 120,000 square feet for industrial development in the locale. And it is noted that the subject property is within a designated hydrogeologic sensitive zone, and permitted uses in the L1 district include, but are not limited to, commercial laundry establishments, manufacturing, and printing plants. And as such, the board imposed the covenant on the subject parcel along with similar endeavors in the locale in order to minimize impacts to the environmental conditions in the locale. Testimony from the prior record revealed certain concerns about the use of the building and storage of vehicles. And the building was apparently to provide for a sanitary and cesspool business with no more than 6 vehicles for the use, with the potential for 1 or 2 vehicles parked outside. It is noted that the applicant in 2015 conveyed the property in 2016, and the current applicant is apparently amenable to the restriction pertaining to the use of the building and outdoor storage, but requires vehicle storage. It is noted that the outdoor storage of vehicles is permitted by the virtue of the acquisition of a planning board special permit. As such, if the board looks favorably on the application, staff recommends that it be subject to the applicant obtaining a special permit from the planning board, and the application being a type 2 action.
For the record, then, note that is the testimony of the board's planner based upon his review of the application. Just for some housekeeping, I'll take that motion to incorporate the minutes of the prior proceeding. Does the board have that motion?
Motion.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, board members. Mr. Morbillo, and I just want to clarify so that we are, so we're focusing on what we should be focusing on here. The original action of the board imposed a covenant. It was a single covenant, but it covered 3 separate features. One was the dry storage of the building, and then one was outdoor storage of materials, and the third one was outdoor storage of vehicles. My understanding of this application, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the applicant seeks relief only from the latter of what I just mentioned, which is only the outdoor storage of vehicles, and no, does not contest the ongoing covenant relating to the dry storage of the building and the outdoor storage of materials.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
All right. That being said, then, does the board have, I'm sorry, Mr. Mobillo, why don't we just give you the opportunity to present your case before I give it to the board?
Sure, absolutely. Just a brief recap is that really what we're seeing here is a change in use of the building. The prior owner had apparently a cesspool company and had trucks that I assume had pumped waste, and the concern was storing these vehicles overnight and the environmental impact. The current applicant has a home remodeling company, a small home remodeling company, and he may need to, park small work vans overnight where we don't see the need for any more than 3. We've indicated that on the site plan. There will absolutely be no parking of any type of heavy construction equipment, as the applicant doesn't utilize that type of equipment. But primarily it's a small remodeling company. And just to make the board aware, this is basically a 2-part type of application. My client, similar to the last application that went before this board years back, there are some minor variances because it's an undersized lot. So we will need to come back to this board, but we needed to settle this covenant, lifting of this one element of the covenant before proceeding with those other minor elements, specifically related to lot size and small setback encroachment. So I think that generally it's pretty simple as was stated here. And if the board has any questions relative to the application, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
All right, then what you're saying, what you just said was, should the board act favorably on this application in your client's development of the parcel, you expect to return 4-lot area and a setback variance concerning the intended construction or development.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Just as the previous application from back in 2015 needed such requests also as part of a variance. And this application is very similar, if not identical, to the last application, except for the use.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mobillo.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. Yourself?
I'm just fine. So actually, I've got a whole list of questions, but I at the present time, I'm going to be limited to just talking about this one issue with regards to the outdoor parking.
Okay.
The overnight, is that what we're after, overnight parking? Or the use of the, okay. The use of the building is remodeling and it is going to be dry storage and so forth, but does it have any, is the intent in your design plan, does it have any indoor plumbing?
There's a bathroom. That's it. That's the extent of the indoor plumbing.
A bathroom or just a toilet?
A toilet and a sink, just a powder room for.
I see. So there's no shower or anything like that?
No.
I'm just, and then also remembering that being familiar with this area somewhat to the east, but not too very far away. This is a hydrogeological zone only because of the fact of its proximity to the headwaters of the Forge River, which was further east on Moriches Middle Island Road.
That's correct.
Right? Just as you get toward Barnes River, it gets sticky wicket for anybody to start doing anything in that headwaters, since the Forge River is the most polluted estuary in the state of New York, and I live next to it. Anyway, the depiction of the parking, I see you've noted in caricature the 3 supposed overnight parking outdoor storage of the vehicles. Those are the 3 vans you were talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. There were other things that I wanted to get into, but that I've noticed, but I guess if we make a judgment here or discuss anything, I guess many of the questions that I have would have to be put off until the next, until that return that you're suggesting, because they really don't apply to this application. For me, it seems to me. What I'm trying to understand is the size of this lot is what you've got in the heavy dot dash line with the directions and the length of each leg of the polygon that you have here. Is that correct?
That's correct. You actually point out something specific to this location is that the site is actually inbound from the street. It's approximately 0.6 acres, but then it's surrounded by a half-acre off-street parking and utility easement. And that's actually one of the things that we'll be getting a variance on, is that we're marginally close to that utility easement, which is where our front line is concerned. So there is a substantial buffer around the property with this half acre. So in total, we're almost an acre of property, but half acre, that is this parking utility easement that surrounds the property.
Right. Going back to the site plan, Anthony, please. Okay. So you've got that, what they call a 50-foot wide off-street parking utility easement.
Yeah.
Now that means nothing can be built or breach that line outside of the property line that you have intention of utilizing, except, just as an aside comment, on the site plan where you have indicated 4 parking spaces, they encroach in that easement. Is that proper or not?
That's correct. And the purpose of that easement is to place quasi on-site parking in that area. The previous application had more parking spaces located in that easement, but we felt that would represented a greater environmental impact. So we located them, a good portion of those parking spaces on site as opposed to that easement. And also it helps keep a better buffer around the industrial property.
Right. And when we went to the overhead, I don't need to go there or ask to go there. When we saw the satellite, that's a pretty densely treed area, which is what I know as in that area, having lived there close by many years ago. It is all scrub pine and pin oak trees. Yeah. And there is this dirt trail that cuts the corner because we never used to like to go around that corner to go on the North Road. Anyway, the landscaping requirements that you have on the site plan that you indicate, most of this is going to be this natural landscaping, so there is nothing that you're intending that you have to put up to screen or anything, especially since there's requirements for screening the off-street parking. As I recall, looking through a majority of this standards and requirements, which, by the way, you've done it very, very nicely. At least I'm able to read it and not search around like I've done before. It's very there. It's very exposed, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
The overnight parking, let's return to that. The overnight parking, the only thing you're looking for is those 3 vans. Nothing else will be parked on the site.
That's correct.
Okay. In the 13 parking spots that you have indicated in your statistics there, one of them includes the handicap, correct?
That's correct.
So you have 12 parking, 7, 4, and 1, which is 5. And then you have the handicap, which is 13. And then you have a loading, which is just for the convenience of the employees loading up their vans, or is that for loading that's coming in for supplies with regards to what the home improvement company is going to utilize.
I think
But-
that would be dedicated for loading for, say, delivery of, UPS,
Okay.
things like that, that type
Right.
of whatever is customary in a building.
Okay, right. It's a one-story building with an office mezzanine above that.
There's actually, the mezzanine, there's an office below and then there's a mezzanine storage above the office.
Okay,
area.
is it open to the underside of the second floor, or is it two independent stories intercommunicated by a stairwell?
It is basically, it's open to the warehouse area and it's communicated by a stairway from the
Okay.
warehouse area.
And if you're in the warehouse area, do you see the second floor?
Yes.
How high is the open area? Is it to the roof?
It's
of
to the roof.
second.
Yeah, it's to the
Okay.
roof. Yeah.
Is this a prefabricated building, or is it
Yes,
something?
that's the intent, for it to be a prefab metal building.
Yeah. Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the application, Mr. Vega?
Mr. Chair, I do have a speaker, Mr. Donato Mignone.
All right, let's promote that individual. And while we're waiting, Ms. Ricordi, do we have any written communication? All right, so there's nothing written. We'll just hear from Mr. Donato. Sorry,
Hello.
Mr. Mignon. Sir, we can hear you. I'm just waiting for your, okay, very good. So we can hear you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
And we can see you, sir. Just going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and he will swear you in.
Sure,
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Your name and address, please.
Donato Mignoni, 52 Hollow Road, Stony Brook, New York.
Thank you, Mr. Mignoni. What would you like to tell us here?
I'm not actually here technically for that application. I represent a very good friend of mine who owns one of the parcels, several rows east on Birch's Middle Island Road.
Yes.
And he just wanted to store some landscaping equipment. And I went to the town on his behalf. His English is not he's not that fluent in English. So I'm assisting him. And I was told that you need at least an acre of property on a lot in order to store anything, to get any kind of variance. And I got some conflicting information. So he received a letter in regards to this application, and he gave it to me. And I wanted to attend the Zoom meeting to get some idea or better clarification if he should bother trying to get a variance. He owns one of the, I think it's 50 or 60 foot by 150 foot lots. That's a little bit further east.
Yes, sir. And as you can see, based upon your viewing and listening to the ongoing proceeding, this application doesn't have anything to do with outdoor storage of materials. It was only the work vans of the applicant that they sought to be able to park outside overnight because there was a covenant that prohibited that. So in terms of the application that he is considering, which is permission for outdoor storage of materials, you'd have to review it further with the town representatives to determine what he can do or can't do. You just recognize the fact that he owns a very small lot, like many of these are, but they're in an industrial zone.
Yes.
They lacked a lot of area for the zone, and as a result, there's limitations that have been placed on them. And again, they're in a sensitive hydrogeologic area, which prevents much of what I think he would want to do. But I would invite you to tell him to speak with the appropriate representatives in the town to discuss what his intentions are with this property.
Correct. Could you let me know, because he was even talking about maybe purchasing lots adjacent to him to get a little, but I said, before you start doing that, you said that you might end up buying some other lots and then you still might get rejected. So could you direct me to exactly who would be the best person to?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, if you'd like, you can call the zoning board office tomorrow and I can elaborate on what's required.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what?
My name is Christopher Reed.
Reed, Christopher Reed. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, sir. So in terms of this application, Mr. Morbillo, was there anything further?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, then if there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru to close and hold, seconded by the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 9, Shy 3 Quorum LLC, 100 Jericho Quadrangle. Jericho, properties located on the north side of Middle Country Road, New York State Route 25, 126 feet west of Old Middle Country Road in Quorum. Applicant requests permission for proposed double-sided internally illuminated ground sign located in Health Facility District, which is not permitted.
Mr. Chair, I have Melanie Lacy for the applicant.
Thank you.
I also have a speaker, Jonathan Young. I'm not sure if it's with the application or not.
Thank you. Ms. Lacy, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you hear and see me now?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Did you intend to have anyone else assist you in the presentation, or is that
No.
Okay, very good. Let's just start with your appearance for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Melanie Lacy, Sir Tillman Ballin, 100 Motor Parkway, Hauppauge, New York, on behalf of the applicant, Shy 3 Quorum LLC.
Thank you, Ms. Lacy. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed this application. We'll take his testimony first. I think you have a copy of his report also.
I do.
The applicant seeks permission for ground sign in conjunction with a existing assisted living facility. And the property is located on the north side of Middle Country Road, 126 feet west of Old Middle Country Road in the Hamlet of Quorum. It is noted that the board granted certain variances for the 55,984 square foot living facility stemming from an application known as Senior Housing Facility LLC, case number 7 of July 11, 2018. And subsequently, site plan approval was granted by the planning board on September 17, 2018. The ground sign is a monument style sign, 6 feet in height, 33 square feet in area, and intended to advertise all American assisted living with address. The sign is intended with a 17-foot setback, which is consistent with the requirement in town code for the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit at this area, Middle Country Road. Town code does not specify requirements for signs in the health facility district. Acknowledging same, there are multiple health facilities with ground signs within the town of Brookhaven. Some examples include the Woodhaven Adult Home in Port Jefferson Station, the Bristol Island Nursing Facility in Farmingville, and the Brookhaven Health Facility in Patchogue. All of these signs are monument-style signs, as with the proposed application. As such, it is the opinion of staff that the signage here is warranted to communicate the assisted living facility to the public. Further, at 6 feet in height and 33 square feet, no undesirable change in the locale is anticipated, and the application being a type 2 action.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner. Ms. Lacy, what did you want to present to us?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Reed. As you mentioned, the application relates to All American Assisted Living located in Quorum, New York at the intersection of Middle Country Road and Mooney Pond Road. The applicant is seeking a variance for one double-sided 33 square foot monument sign that is 6 feet above grade. And based on these measurements, the sign isn't oversized or particularly tall. But the applicant, as Mr. Reed mentioned, is seeking relief because the Brookhaven Town Code does not provide signage requirements for the NHH Health Facility District in which the property is located. Therefore, the applicant can't apply for a building permit as of right. I'll also setback requirement for the posted speed limit of 40 miles per hour. And as all of you are aware, Middle Country Road has 2 lanes of traffic going in either direction, and that is why a double-sided sign is necessary. In addition to the precedents which Mr. Reed previously shared, This board granted an application of Oak Crest Avenue Realty, case number 13, on September 19th, 2018, for 2 proposed ground signs located within the health facility district. And similar to the instant application, those ground signs were modest in size and height, but required BZA approval due to the zoning district. Given these circumstances, I respectfully request that the board grant relief, which will be beneficial to the applicant and pose absolutely no detriment to the community, given that the variance is not substantial, creates no impacts with regard to the character of the neighborhood or physical or environmental conditions. And as stated, the benefit cannot be achieved by any other method since the code does not set forth as of right signage requirements. And in that same light, the difficulty is not self-created. That concludes the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
That was thorough, Ms. Lacy. Thank you. The board sees that this is a modest monument sign and compares favorably to others in the same zoning classification of NHH health facility. So we generally don't have to take issue with it nor have any questions for you. There's a speaker, though, as I understand it, on the application. I'm going to ask Mr. Vega to promote them at this time. We'll
Mr.
see what
Chair?
they have to say. Mr. Cunha, yes.
I just have one question.
Sure.
I heard 6 feet off the ground, and I was just hoping that that was just to the top of the sign.
Correct. Yes, I apologize for not.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a Jonathan Young.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Young, we can hear you, but do you have your audio on your video on? Because we cannot see you. Very good, sir. Now we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Are you an attorney, sir?
I'm an attorney, but I'm actually the first westerly neighbor of the applicant on Middle Country Road.
All right. Let me take your appearance for the record first, please.
Surely. Jonathan M. Young, 479 Middle Country Road, Coram, New York, 11727.
And the your client's name is what? Or the business name is what?
Jonathan M. Young, Esquire, ESQ.
All right. So you're the owner of the parcel next door.
Exactly right.
I'm sorry, I mistook what you said. I thought you were appearing for a third party. So as the neighbor or the owner of the neighboring parcel, what comment did you have for the board on this application?
I had a question
Yes, sir.
regarding the application. Is my understanding correct that this is an application for a sign that will be placed on the one entrance to the applicant's property off of Middle Country Road?
Yes, sir. Do you we've just put the survey of the site plan up. Do you see that highlighted yellow area?
Yes.
Are you able to see that, sir? And then there's the indication of where the sign is. First, there's an arrow to the setback. That's exactly where the monument sign that will stand 6 feet in height is proposed to be.
So that setback 17 feet from the entrance?
In accordance with code requirements. Yes, there's no request from us for size, height, or setback as it all conforms. And the applicant is here because this particular zoning NHH health facility makes no provision for signage. So the applicant is not entitled to signage as of right.
No, I have absolutely no objection, to this application.
Well, thank you very much for coming out, sir.
Thank you.
All right, then on the application, is there anything further from the board? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board, thank you, Ms. Lacy. Board members, that would conclude the 2 p.m. interval. The 4 p.m. interval will begin at 4. I'll ask for a motion for a brief recess.
So moved.
Motion.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Hey, Paul? Anybody hear me? Hey, Paul?
Yes, yes, Ron.
I'll be back in 1 minute, all right?
Very good. We're not going to
All right.
start. I'll wait for you.
All right.
I think we should start without him.
Is that nice, Anthony?
I think it is. I think it's quite courteous. Whoa.
You could tell I went outside. My glasses are dark.
Yes, you did. All right, while we're waiting for everyone to come back, for those of you who are just now attending, welcome to the October 21st, 2020 session, virtual hearing of the Board of Zoning Appeals. As noticed, this is a virtual hearing conducted on the Zoom platform. Applicants and other interested parties can participate by utilizing the interactive Zoom hearing link found on the meeting webpage or by utilizing the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join. When attending, please identify yourself by name and case number so that we can determine which application you wish to speak on. The question and answer and chat functions on the Zoom platform can be utilized should any questions exist, which will be promptly answered by our staff. Applications, as you know, consist of 3 parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and finally, the rebuttal testimony of the applicant limited to those issues brought on by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the applications, this board will take 1 of 3 actions. We can decide the case today by a motion to grant and or deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we could close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we could hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear on your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means in part, at least the relief that you seek from this board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office. Within 7 to 10 business days, it will be sent directly to you as the applicant. That is the document that you utilize to continue your endeavor with the building department. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on decision calendar, what this means is that your hearing was held today and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days to render a decision. Once that decision is rendered, again, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the decision can access it off of the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Finally, if the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to hold the public hearing open to a future date, this occurs when either you've not met conditions precedent to the relief that you seek from the board, or more commonly, where the board requires additional information before held open to a future date. On that future date, the required information is made part of the record, and then the matter closed for decision. I want to acknowledge receipt of all notice documents from each of the pending applications today. They've been made part of the record and are part of our files. As an applicant, in the course of your presentation, provide this board with whatever testimony or exhibits you wish to be made part of the record for the board's consideration. If you are not the applicant here today, but someone wishing to speak on an application, we will promote you as a participant at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation. Opposition testimony before the board will have the same opportunity to provide testimony and exhibits for the board's consideration. We ask only where there's more than one person or neighbor speaking on an application that you do not repeat what someone before you has said. Just indicate to us that you agree with that prior point or testimony, and then move on to issues not yet covered by prior speakers. I thank you for your attention. I think we have at least a quorum here. I'm going to ask the board for a motion to resume the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At the 4 p.m. interval calendar, there are several postponements off of the holdover section of the calendar. We'll hear them from Ms. Riccardi and make those motions.
The revocation hearing under the name of Landmark Properties of Suffolk, case numbers 3 through 6A of July 11, 2018, postponed to December 2nd. Case numbers 10 through 13 of August 26, 2020, Grid Strategies, Inc., postponed to November 18th. And case number 37 of August 26, 2020, Albert DeLuca, postponed to November 4th.
Okay, so I need a motion to
So moved.
permit those adjournments. I'd second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will resume this hearing then with the 4 p.m. interval calendar in case number 19.
James Duran and Liesel Gutierrez, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the east side of Bay Avenue, 158 feet south of Uriah Place, Patchogue. Applicant requests permission for existing one-story residence addition, a utility room on a 50-foot wide lot.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. DeVito, we can hear you. And I can see you also. Just let's start with you giving your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
sure,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. DeVito. Your appearance for the record, please.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York.
Thank you, Ms. DeVito. We are familiar with the application in that we see that you're here for permission for a modest addition to this dwelling that sits on a 50-foot lot. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My client actually just recently purchased the home within the last 60 days. The small addition pre-existed his ownership, and I'm not exactly sure how long it was there. It was actually a bank-owned property, but we believe it's been there for at least 5 to 10 years, just based on what we see on the aerials. The addition is, it was erected to house the utility equipment, boiler, and such. So that's the purpose of it. Ms. Ricciardi is holding up some photos right now of it. You can see that it's just a small, actually shorter than one-story addition with a chase coming out of it. And it's obviously necessary for heating the home and keeping the utilities running. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, Ms. Bergson.
So this is entirely in the backyard. It doesn't extend out past the sides of the house.
Correct.
Modestly extends into the rear yard, although you're not here for a variance for that. So it's not into the technical rear yard.
Right.
And it's not even the whole height of the house, and it's used for utilities.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? All right. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Case number 22, Justin Miller, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the south side of Gaymore Lane, 279 feet west of Weldon Lane, Farmingville. Applicant requests height variance for existing 15-foot high detached garage not built in conformance with permit number 03B14824. Also, height variances for 3 existing 55-inch high retaining walls located less than the required double distance from each other, 13.9-foot total height, and for existing 36-inch high retaining wall with 6-foot high fence on top, 9-foot total height.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. I see that Mr. Malguanera is promoted already. Why don't we have you sworn to start with, please? Mr. Doyle, you are muted.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes.
Very good. Andrew, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes. Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. You have some retaining walls and a framed garage. What would you like to tell us?
Yeah, so the retaining walls have been there since about 7 years or so, just to get to fix the grade of the property. Only enhances the overall aesthetics of the surrounding area. The garage was built in 2003, had a permit for a 14-foot high. They built it a foot too higher than allowed, and here we are. There's no adverse effect to the characteristics of the neighborhood. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mazzarella.
Yes. Hey, Andrew, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. So, let's talk about the garage first, I guess. So the garage has been there how long as well?
2003, there was a permit for it.
2003. And what is the primary use? Is there vehicles, equipment,
Standard vehicle use.
Electricity, heat, anything?
Electric.
Electric?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's your standard construction garage with a regular pitch roof on it?
Exactly right. Nothing spectacular, just standard look.
Gotcha. Okay. And all right, with respect to the retaining walls, I mean, it's so hard to see because these surveys don't show any topography measurements on them. But can you just give a little bit more explanation? Does this property tier does it rise very quickly in the back, or?
It's a gradual incline. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, but you might have pictures. It is, it's a long. It was a big hill, and they graded it out. We're getting planning approval for it as well. So planning is going to do their thing and just make sure everything else checks out. They're well built.
What's the materials?
Stone.
Stone. Okay, like a paving stone,
correct. Yes, very nicely done.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, and then I guess the last item, the stockade fence, is also, it's a 6 foot put on top of a retaining. Is that what it is?
Yeah, on the side. Not tremendous.
Okay, and that's can we get the aerial? Is there a neighbor on that side?
Yeah, not directly, but yeah.
Okay, so he's set back a little bit further. All right, any issues with the neighbors with respect to the garage and or the height of that fence?
I've got no correspondence to my office, so I assume everyone is good with it.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions aside from if there's any public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? All right, so just for the board's edification, if you will, the applicant would be permitted retention walls if they were double the distance from one another. So if these were 5 foot walls, I think they're just a little bit less than 5. They need to be 10 feet apart without a variance. These are slightly closer. You see in one, I guess between the second and the third, and maybe on one side. And that's the reason why they're here. With regard to the fence on the 3 foot retention wall, Mr. Malganara, I guess that's on the west side of the parcel. Do we have the same grading issues between parcels, to your knowledge?
I don't think it sticks out as for the neighbor. I think the neighbor just notices a 6 foot high fence. It's just graded the way it is.
All right, I don't have photographs. I know that you referred to them. We just don't have them for the file, but no problem. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers on the application.
And nothing in writing. So that would be it. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to grant the application as presented.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case number 23, Diane Bastillo and Nicole Saudo, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the north side of Horse Block Road, 114 feet east of Hawthorne Avenue, Brookhaven. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
And Mr. Malguanera, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
All right, and what would you like to tell us here?
What we have here is my client like put a pool on their property. This is, as you can see, the literal only spot they can put it. It's not a tremendous pool, very, very small. Keeping 8 feet from the property line, not the fence line. So we'll make sure we're on the ball with that. And I don't think it has any adverse effects. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. So the frontage for this parcel is considered Horse Block Road.
Correct. And we, back when I believe my father got a variance for that shed and fence and whatnot.
Okay, and so that while it does access off of a right-of-way, that's a private right-of-way and therefore not considered a frontage,
Correct.
which makes this the rear yard for the pool.
Right.
And I guess it's in it, the placement, while it appears to be in the side yard of the house, is considered a rear yard because of Horse Block Road.
Exactly right.
And it appears to be placed in an area furthest away from the travel portion of the public roadway.
Yes.
All right, we see that there is limitations back there. The pool is not a large pool. You're proposing 8 feet. I can't tell what the distance is between the pool and that wood deck, but you seem to be coming in fairly close proximity to it.
Yeah, close, but far enough away that it won't have a problem with it.
All right, and the 12-foot indication there is indicating to us the width of the pool. It's 12 by 18.
Exactly right.
All right, is there anything further on this from the board? Do we have a speaker?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a speaker on this case.
Does the board have a motion?
Yes,
Grant
Mr.
the
Chair,
application?
I'd like to grant the application as submitted type
I'll
2.
take that from Mr. Lazarus, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case number 24, Christina and Stephen Smith, 11 Sycamore Avenue, Center Reach, located on the northwest corner, Sycamore Avenue and Royal Oaks Drive, Center Reach. Applicant requests permission for proposed in-ground swimming pool to be located in the required front yard, Royal Oaks Drive, not permitted. Permission for proposed pool heater and equipment to be located in the front yard, Royal Oaks Drive, not permitted. Also rear yard variance for existing deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Roxanne Trella for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, could you pull up the aerial for the board members to view also on this application? Ms. Trella, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Could you please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and we'll have you sworn.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, then. The board has both the survey and the aerial up in front of them. How would you like? Well, I guess first let's have your appearance and then tell us how you'd like to present the application.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Roxanne Trella, Dynamic Expediting Services, with offices located at 1040 Terry Road, Ronkonkoma, New York, agent for the applicant. We're here today seeking permission for a proposed in-ground swimming pool, the pool heater and equipment, and an existing deck. The property is zoned Residence B District and is improved with a 2-story dwelling. It is located on the corner of Sycamore Avenue and Royal Oaks Drive. Mr. and Mrs. Smith have owned this home since February of 2003 and have since made several improvements to their home and would like to continue to do so. One of the improvements is the existing deck. It requires a rear yard variance because of its irregular shape. It currently maintains a 2-foot rear yard setback instead of the required 7.5. It was constructed in 2006 and has been in this location for about 14 years. The deck itself is only 1 foot and 3 inches, and it's just one of the corners of the deck that actually requires the rear yard setback. The next item is the in-ground swimming pool, which would be located in the required front yard, which is technically the second front yard on Royal Oaks Drive. It's about 16.8 feet from the rear of the property and 16 feet from the property line on Royal Oaks. Had this home not been on a corner lot, they may have not required a variance. The Smiths did visit all possibilities on where to locate the pool. We did go to the other side And while speaking with the pool company, in order to get it on the other side, it would have been have to have been a vertical pool. And even doing it that way, it would have only been able to maintain a 5-foot rear yard and less than 8 feet or so on the side. So either way, we would have still been before the board. And as far as the pool equipment and the pool heater, this is going to be on the side. If you notice on the plot plan, it's going to be right next to the AC unit to keep it in proximity to all the other mechanical units. I was able to find some precedent in the area for the swimming pool at 119 Clarendon Road. Variance was granted for the pool in the required front yard and an existing deck. This case was heard on April 6, 2016, case number 24, and that house is on the southeast corner of Sycamore Avenue and Clarendon Road. There was another grant on Andorra Lane, also for the proposed in-ground pool in the front yard. Another grant on 89 Smith Lane in Centereach, and that case was heard on August 9th, 2000, case number 23. I also have a letter of support for the application for the homeowner at 4 Royal Oaks Drive. This would be the neighbor most impacted by the proposed pool. So as everything that I've stated before, I don't think that this would create a detriment to nearby properties. We don't feel that this would have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions, and it is well within the nature and character of the neighborhood. While I visited the area and the surrounding homes, it was observed that almost all of the homes have swimming pools and/or decks in their yards. That concludes the presentation. I'll take any questions that the board has.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Good afternoon, Ms. Trella. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Quite well, thank you. Okay, let's start with, you said something I was curious about. The opposite side of the property from Royal Oaks, or the other side of the house, on the side where the wood deck is, you said that the pool company said it would be a vertical pool, so an above ground is what you intended?
No, it would still be an in-ground pool, but because there's an existing shed and because of how far out the deck protrudes into that side as well, it wouldn't be able to fit in the same shape that it is on the other side. They would have to change the configuration, which would still diminish the setbacks that I'd be able to provide.
It would, okay, the orientation is what would change. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear that up. I also see that there's a paver wall on there. We don't have a height on the survey, but that could also impact the pool on that side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and now let's go to, I guess, the deck real quick. You had stated, yes, it's the northernmost corner that is 2 feet, but as the deck or the property line moves away from the deck, you actually increase setback. So we're really only looking at a very tiny area of the deck that actually is at a 2-foot setback. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you said, how high is it off the ground?
1.3 feet.
So, okay, just a little bit over what's allowed by the town without a permit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay. Now moving towards Royal Oaks, I see that you're holding a 16-foot setback from the rear yard, only directly behind the house almost. As you go further towards Royal Oaks, obviously the rear yard increases. And then we get to the front yard, which is the 16-foot front yard. Now you had stated a bunch of cases, and I was just curious, do you have setbacks on any of those that were approved by this board?
I don't, I tried to get copies of the survey so that I could provide them to you, but I was unable to do so before the hearing.
So the one on the case 24, Clarendon Road, Andorra Lane, and Smith Lane, we really don't know how the board acted on this at this point. You just know that we granted a front yard pool. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
if you take a look at the aerial, you can see that they're pretty close to the property lines. That's why I picked those addresses out.
Okay. Looking at the aerial at this point,
I don't think we'll see it on this portion of the
No,
area.
we won't see it on this portion of the aerial at all.
Oh,
Okay.
So if you look, I'm sorry to interrupt you, just on the bottom of the screen, 119 Clarendon. It's on the bottom left. It's that top one that's.
I
you
see
can
that.
See that
Okay.
pool, it's very close to the property line.
And that was done by this board, is that correct?
Yes, it was. That was heard in 2016, April 6th, and it was case number 24.
Thank you. That helps. Okay, now the pool equipment is next to the AC units on the opposite side of the chimney, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that fence will remain? That
The
is,
fence around the equipment will remain. It's only being moved to make room for the pool.
okay, that's my question. I guess this part is a little bit of a housekeeping. You have a proposed fence that is 4.2 feet west of the property line. Where I believe in a front yard, you are allowed an 8-foot or required an 8-foot setback. And I don't see that on the call of the record, Mr. Chair. The
There's
record
no
of the,
relief, the call of the calendar requests no
calendar,
relief
sorry.
for a 6-foot fence. I don't know that it's on the denial.
and the back part of that fence, Mr. Chair, is also only 4 feet. So it would actually be 4 feet would be.
I did speak to the zoning inspector about it because they did note it in the top portion of the denial. It just wasn't as part of the call of the meeting. They were before the board for this fence.
Building department
already.
determined that it did not need a variance.
And
It
this-
is noted on the top portion. I don't know whether that was a mistake or not, but I would agree with Mr. Cunha's interpretation.
Okay, well, that helps. Okay, I think we covered everything. And I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Ms. Chella, as we look down Royal Oaks, is there another instance of a setback of 16 feet to Royal Oaks Drive for either a structure or accessory structure?
There are in the area. The cases that I provided were the ones that I was able to actually see and provide dates and case numbers, but there are several other instances where things are very close to the property line.
But the aerial that Mr. Vega had up previously shows us nothing in that vicinity.
Not in this immediate vicinity, no.
And that remains accurate, that the aerial, there's nothing that's been put up through action of this board since that aerial was taken?
Mr. Chair, she did report that Clarendon Road in this area, which is not too far from the property.
No, Mr. Cunha, I heard that, but in terms of the
Okay.
question was pertaining to Royal Oaks Drive. Ms.
Oh,
Trello.
okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, the aerial still accurate?
The aerial is accurate.
All right, and we did some research during the presentation. Is it Sycamore? Okay, so that 119 Clarendon was approved with a 5.1 foot setback from Sycamore Street. And if we were just going to look at that a little closer, the rear yard setback from the dwelling to the rear property line was a little bit tighter than the one here, at least on that one side of the house. Yeah, Anthony pulled it up too. Oh, thank you. You have the survey, yeah. I guess the point being, do you see this area of proposed paver patio? You're going to remove the existing paver patio, and the applicant proposes to put a whole new paver patio in. What is the reason why, I see you discounted once the other side of the house, but what is the reason why that pool is not proposed with a greater setback to Royal Oaks?
I believe that they wanted to keep a little bit of space. The existing paver, right where the deck is, there's an existing paver patio in the shape of a rectangle that's already there. And then we have the proposed. They wanted to keep just a little bit of area so that they're not walking right into the house. But if that would be an issue, I'm sure that we could refigure this and move the pool over a little bit more, and they'd rather diminish the patio and leave the pool.
And is there a reason why they chose the pool that's 35 feet long? I mean, if they were concerned about
Same.
the extent of yard in that area, why are they choosing a pool of that length?
I did speak to them, but they went through options. It's been about a year-long process with them, and this is what they came up with the pool company.
So in your discussions with them, and most likely one of those discussions was, I'm not sure about this front yard setback to Royal Oaks.
Yes.
What other considerations did you talk to them about, or did you agree with concerning what the setback should be proposed at, or could be proposed at?
Mostly, we tried to see if we could reconfigure this to fit in the other side of the house. And really, which way we switched it, because of the deck and the shed being in that placement, it wasn't working out with the configuration. And then having it over there with the pool equipment and the heater and tying it into the mechanicals with the house, it was causing the financial hardship to be very high. So we tried then coming over here. I did speak to them about reducing a little bit of the paver to bring the setback a little bit more. And I told them, we'd see what the board was, wanted to go do. And I'm sure that they're amenable to make changes to the application.
Yeah, there's on one side, there certainly is precedent within the radius for board action permitting a front yard setback for a pool. Again, in that instance, the rear yard setback was so tight that probably there was very little that could be done. It certainly is different than what we're seeing here. We both know that in looking at the survey, we can fit a pool and a paver patio within the enclosure of the existing fence. My guess is that's not what this applicant wants.
That is correct.
All right,
Chair?
and Mr. Cunha.
Just want to clarify something. I just scaled out the paver patio. It's approximately in the closest part to the house at 10 feet when it comes to on that 19-foot section, and it grows to about 12 feet where that 5.6 section kicks out. I mean, even getting closer, you're getting too close to the foundation of the house.
Yes, but as I look at this survey, the pool, even in the configuration and dimensions that are desired or proposed here, that pool could fit. That pool could be moved either behind the house or certainly further away from Royal Oaks Drive.
With a greater rear yard variance.
Mr. Chairman, could we see the aerial? Is that possible?
Yes, Mr. Vega. Again, this section of the aerial, you can see both 119 Claret in the corner and the parcel here. Again, this parcel is larger. The fence that we're seeing there is the fence that is proposed to be taken down, and the proposed fence is going to go 4 feet away, or it's proposed to be 4 feet away from the property line.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Also, this parcel has a greater distance between the curb line and the property line, it looks like.
There certainly is a distance, according to the survey. All right, Ms. Trell, I don't want to spend too much time with this. Is there anything that you were authorized to propose to us for the board's consideration, or did you just want us to consider this?
I did just reach out to my client. Pull over, she could. The only thing is, if you could go back to the other shot here. So from the dwelling to where the pool starts, they have to maintain that distance because of the pool company said it couldn't be any closer than the 10 feet. So it would only be able to move over a tiny bit to the left where the existing paver patio would be.
So in terms of the front yard setback, does that create a 20-foot front yard setback? Does it put it at the line where the existing fence is? What does that do with the pool?
It could, yes, it could absolutely make it, instead of 16, I would say maybe 18 or 19. Let me just scale it out on here.
How much of the pool is presently beyond the existing fence?
Right now, it is
Approximately 9 feet, Mr. Chair.
9 feet?
It's actually about 7 feet. So if I went, See. So the pool is over the existing fence about 7 feet, and the pool is about 6 feet from the existing paver patio.
All right, so it's 6 feet from the existing paver patio, but that is proposed to be taken up with the new proposed paver patio being put in. So I see
No,
what
it's
you're
gonna-
talking about.
It's going to be extended. They're keeping that existing paver.
All right, Mr. Vega, do we have speakers on this application?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have a speaker.
Ms. Ricordi, do we have anything written?
No,
Nothing?
nothing.
I do have an email in support from the neighbor on 4 Royal Oaks, which is the neighboring property that it would most affect.
She never, I don't have that.
I don't have a copy of it, but you're welcome to read it for the record if you'd like.
Sure. The neighbor's name is Lisa Cooper, and she states, "To whom it may concern, we live at 4 Royal Oaks Drive, Center Reach, New York. Our property shares a property border with Christine and Stephen Smith. We do not have an issue with them putting the pool in our side yard. Thank you, Lisa and Robert Cooper." And she gave her phone number and her email address. And I can forward a copy of that to the board.
Well, you've read it for the record now. That's fine. In terms of that, do you know if that neighbor was provided with a copy of the survey showing the location proposed of the pool?
Yes, she was.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru?
Would it be proper for me to suggest that the owner be approached with regards to decreasing the length of the pool?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vega?
I believe we actually have the owner of the property here.
All right. Certainly promote them. Ms. Cello, were you aware that the owner was here?
Yes,
or-
I am speaking with her now, and I asked her to come on so that she could see where she could adjust the pool.
Very good. In terms of Mr. Lazaru, your last comment, the board ultimately will deliberate on the application and establish a setback. The applicant can meet the setback by either adjusting the size of the pool dimensions or by moving the proposed location of the pool, or by doing both. Ma'am, I
Mr.
do
Chair, I
see
have
you.
Janice.
Thank you. Janice, can you hear us?
Actually, it's Christina. So that's
All
under my
right.
daughter's name.
Very good.
Sorry, I
So
can
you
hear you.
are Christina Smith.
Yes, I am.
Very good, ma'am. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle. He'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear to tell the
Hi.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely, yes.
And let's just have your name and address for the record, please.
Christina Smith, 11 Sycamore Avenue, Center Reach, New York, 11720.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, you've listened to the proceeding thus far. Obviously, we want you to have a pool. Talk to us about your proposed front yard setback and what can be done with the 16-foot setback that you're proposing.
It's so hard. This has been a long problem. I explained to Ms. Trella that the reason why we chose that side of the property is because we don't have anything to put on that side. I live on a mountain. It's like a hill. I have no level property. And so we took a lot of money and effort into the left side of the house. And that's the most level part of my property. So we wanted to give our children a pool, and we felt like we could use that side of my property since I pay taxes, if I would be able to utilize it in this way. I've chose a 35-foot pool because they only come in certain measurements. And I felt that the 30-foot, because they do have a 30-foot, would be too small. And I would still need a little room on the other side of the pool for pavers to walk around the pool, because I don't want it butt up against the fence. I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's a little bit of
All right.
input.
So you would like the board to consider the application with the 16-foot setback that you're proposing?
I would. Again, I would like my kids
fair
to have
enough.
a pool, but
I understand that. All right, Ms. Jello, was there anything further?
Nothing further.
Was there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to close and hold.
Thank you. Motion is by Mr. Cunha to close and hold, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case numbers 25 and 26, ICA Enterprise, Inc., 8862 Happiness Road, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Property is located on the east side of Boxwood Drive, 125 feet north of Astor Drive, Shirley. Applicant requests lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling on a 50-foot wide lot. Also, a side yard variance for a proposed second-story deck.
Mr. Chair, I have a Brian Dunn. I'm not sure if it's for the applicant.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Dunn.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
All right, sir. We have an application 25 and 26 in the name of ICA Enterprise, Inc. Is that, are you presenting it?
No, I'm opposing it.
All right. Well, we're going to start with the presentation. You stay there, and we
All right.
will find the person wishing to present.
I have Angelo Galante.
Very good.
He just didn't number himself.
All right, well, let me take this opportunity because this is a new set of applicants for the 4 p.m. interval calendar and the holdover calendar. Please rename yourself with your name and the case that you are interested in speaking on as an applicant or an interested party. Mr. Dunn was able to do that. That's why we brought him up directly. The applicant's representative here should have done the same. Anyone left that wishes to speak, please rename yourself now with that case number. Mr. or Ms. Galante, I see you, but I don't have a video or audio. Are you able to? There you go.
Okay.
You can hear us, sir.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Very good. Let me just ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney. We'll get you sworn.
Sure.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your appearance for the record, sir.
Angelo Galante. I'm an agent for ICA Enterprise, Inc.
All right, sir. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed this application and provided the board with certain comments and recommendations in written form dated October 19, 2020. Mr. Reed is here and he'll testify as to his findings.
Property is located on the east side of Boxwood Drive, 125 feet north of Astor Drive in the hamlet of Shirley. The applicant proposes to erect a two-story dwelling on the 10,890 square foot parcel with access intended via Boxwood Drive. And the property is located in the A1 district, requiring a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. And the lot does not conform to the A1 lot area requirement. And the area was upzoned in 1989 by the town board, increasing the lot area needed for residential dwellings with goals including, but not limited to, groundwater preservation and limiting the burden on public facilities and infrastructure with increased density. And the applicant apparently acquired the property in 2017. The neighborhood is well established with a total of 64 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 15% or 10 lots have lot frontage conformance with the application, and 11% or 7 lots enjoy lot area conformance, and the endeavor does not appear to conform with the surrounding development pattern. It is noted that the Board of Appeals heard an application to develop Lot 20 on the radius map, which was denied, called KC Home Builders, case number 9 of September 5, 2001. And subsequently, this matter was approved pursuant to court order on January 8, 2003. The board also approved a 50-foot lot depicted as Lot 15 on the radius map, stemming from an application known as Foglia, case number 11 of July 17, 2002. Staff finds that the proposed endeavor is the only 50-foot wide lot which may be susceptible to similar relief within the 500-foot radius. There is one inherent difference with the previous approvals and the current endeavor, which is the adoption of the 2013 Carmen's River Conservation and Management Plan. Goals and recommendations in the plan include, but are not limited to, the following: that any new development or redevelopment in the Carmen's River watershed should not adversely impact water quality in the Carmen's River or the key ecological communities in the Carmen's River watershed, and that the Town of Brookhaven Board of Appeals, to the extent permitted by Town Law Section 267B, should evaluate all requests for variances relating to the consistency with the goals and recommendations of the management plan. And the plan reveals the quality of groundwater, determines the quality of the water in the Carmen's River. And the plan mapped groundwater contributing areas and made it part of the plan. And staff finds that the parcel is within the 25 to 50 year groundwater contributing area of the river, or the amount of time groundwater travels to surface water. In terms of dwelling size, the endeavor conforms with the recommended 50-foot specifications, which is a 1,500 square foot dwelling via 1,000 square feet on the first floor and 500 square feet on the second floor, as well as minimum and total yards of 10 feet and 20 feet respectively. The site plan and site inspection of the premises revealed some significant grades on the property, wherein grading and the installation of retaining walls will be required. The retaining walls do not exceed requirements in terms of height, ranging from 4 feet in height in the front yard and 3.5 feet in the rear yard as depicted on the site plan. As per SEQA, the application is a type 2 action and standard residential mitigation is recommended.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Galante, we have your appearance. How would you like to proceed here?
Well, I mean, we're looking to build a home for ourselves, basically for me, my wife, and our 3 kids. We did research the neighborhood and saw at least 15 to 20 lots that are the same exact size, and even communicated with the neighbors so that we could take a look at their property to make sure it was the same, and they are the same exact size. The homes vary anywhere from 1,000 square feet to 2,600 square feet. Obviously, they weren't built recently, probably within the last 20, 30 years, maybe more. So that's basically what we're looking to do. If you would consider approving it, that's basically all I have.
All right, sir. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, is this Mr. Lindsay's case?
I believe so.
It is, correct?
Is it?
Okay, I'm getting mixed signals here. Okay.
Well, let me see.
No,
Mr.
no.
Lindsay. Let me look at the last one. Last one was the pool, and that was Mr. Cunha. So yes, this is yours.
Thank you. Oh, anyways, good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
I'm Mr. Lindsay. So let's start with the relaxation. We're going to start anywhere. You know, you're looking for 73% relaxation, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what's going on because I didn't really get everything together. I just presented everything to the board. So I don't really know how to answer the questions. I'm basically the homeowner.
Oh, okay. Well, 73% relaxation means you at 73% over what is required.
Okay.
Which is a significant amount. You know, you have a 10,000 foot lot, 10,890 foot lot, and you're supposed to have 40,000 foot lot. And I understand there are houses in that area. You saw 15, you said, with the same exact lot?
Probably close to the 20. on the same exact lot between Boxwood Drive and Birch Hollow Drive.
Do you know when those houses were built? Were they built pre this new code or?
I'm not sure. Hold on one second. I could give you approximate built dates on some of them. Hold on. All right, so we have 567 Boxwood Drive was built in, yeah, that doesn't tell me, I'm sorry, hold on, let's see. All right, so yeah, 569 Boxwood Drive was built in 1978.
Yeah, so that was pre that code.
Okay.
That was pre that code.
So what year was that code instated?
That it was, I think it was said, I'm sorry, I had it in front of me. I just had it in front of me, I'm sorry. Do we have that date, Mr. Reed?
Actually, Mr. Reed is still with us. He could tell you what upzoning dates.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, you can't because they were in front of me?
1989.
B residence, 1988, B. Is that what it says? I mean, listen, certainly there was some built in 2002, but the upzoning looks like it was
Mr. Chair, 89, it was upzoned.
okay.
1989, okay, so we have one that was built in 1989 on 514 Boxwood Drive. Again, this is approximate built year 1989 based on my data.
Were you aware of this code when you bought the property?
I was, no, not aware of the code. I'm just learning of it now, so.
Just so you know that. Okay, in the watershed, with that new code, how does that affect you? Do you know anything about that?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. So you're looking for a second story deck on the house?
If possible, yeah. I mean, if that's too much to ask, then I guess we could do without the deck. That's not a problem.
Okay, and what about the grade? How do you plan on dealing with the grade of the property?
Not sure what that means.
Well, is it a hilly piece of property? The grade, is it?
No, I mean, it's slightly hilly, yeah. I mean, it has some hill to it, but it's not like very steep or deep or anything like that.
Okay, so I think it said on here retaining walls would be needed. Is that true?
Yeah, and it's below 4 feet though, from what the contractors are telling me, it should be no problem putting a retaining wall in.
It should be no problem putting a retaining wall in.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear what the other person has to say and move on from there.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board for Mr. Galante?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Chris about the conformity ratio.
Yes,
go ahead. Testimony.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bergson.
Well, Chris, you heard the testimony of the applicant. Doesn't seem to jive with your findings. Do you have any help? Can you help us with this?
And you're referencing specifically 15% to lot frontage and 11% to lot area.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I stand by my numbers. It may be a difference of lot sizes and the 50 footers, but beyond that, again, I'd like to see some specifics from the applicant, and then maybe I can address the discrepancy. But again, I stand by those numbers.
Okay, so the 15% is the frontage one and the 11% is the lot area. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, the reason for the discrepancy, typically with 50 footers, you may have consistent percentages with both area and frontage. The reason for the discrepancy here is some of those 50 footers might be a little larger in area, and that's the only reason.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, that would not affect the lot frontage
right.
conformance at 15%. Mr. Galante, the applicant here is ICA Enterprise Inc. Who is that to you?
That is a corporation owned by my wife.
So 8862 Happiness Road, in Harrisburg, North Carolina?
Correct. That's,
Where do you say this is a house for you, your family? Where do you live now?
I live in North Carolina.
So the address you just gave us was North Carolina?
Correct.
Does ICA Enterprise Inc., what is the business of ICA Enterprise Inc.?
What do you mean?
Well, what is their business? When you file to incorporate, you say your primary business is what?
What does it do? Yeah, it's a real estate company.
And so does it purchase and sell real estate?
It purchases and yeah, well, we
All right.
buy and rent.
So
We actually do rentals.
Do you understand in 2018 is when you purchased this parcel?
Yeah, I believe it was 2017. Correct.
2017. And I know that town records indicate that it was $8,000. Did you buy it at a tax sale, or was it some sort of distress sale? What was it?
No, it was actually through a friend of mine who knew the owner of the lot, and he wanted to sell it.
All right. In any event, you're aware the zoning at that time was A1 residence, and this is what you're being held to and compared with in your presentation here.
Right.
All right. And in terms of the number of 50-foot lots that you say you found, and the board has the aerial up, and you can see them in front of us. You
Right.
can see it just by looking at your screen. Our planner, who's done this for us for years, and this is one of his job duties, if you will, has counted the lots and found 10, giving you a 15% conformity. When you say that you saw a number of them, did you see more than 10?
The same exact size lots, based on my records, again, is about 19 of them.
All right, be careful with the same exact size lots, because then you're talking about area. I'm talking about width. So the 50-foot lot widths.
Yeah, they're all 50 foot, according to my records, all 19.
All right. Well, since you have the aerial in front of us, why don't we, because you need to establish a record for your application,
Yeah.
why don't you name off those 19?
Well, I mean, some of them were built before 1989. Is that okay to present as well?
Well, you're saying some of them were built under different zoning classifications, but just with what exists now, no matter when they were built,
Okay.
give us the ones that you.
Yeah, that's fine. We can go through that. All right, so we'll start with Boxwood Drive, 567. Let me see here. How do I? So 567 is not on here. We have 569, I guess. So is this the only area that I am allowed?
Well, let me ask you something. When you were
Yeah.
counting, did you restrict yourself to the 500-foot radius, or did you go beyond the 500-foot radius?
I would think I went probably beyond, because
All
some,
right, and then that's the discrepancy. All right, so the board's
Okay.
concentration is the 500-foot radius. You did present
Okay.
us with a radius map, so you do have an indication of where that radius extends. No doubt, within the area, there are sections of development on 50-foot lots.
Okay.
As you can see, they were built under a different zoning classification. There are, according to the planner's report from 2002, actions of this board with regard to one or two within the radius, and they are what they are, and the board will consider that. But I guess, is there anything else you wanted to add here?
not really. If that's all I'm, yeah, I don't really have anything else.
All right. You mentioned the deck before. Initially, when questioned, you said if it's an issue, it's no big thing. But tell us, was this a true two-story house that was proposed to be built?
It's a two-story house, yeah.
So what was the reason for a second floor deck on a two-story house?
I think it was just a recommendation at the time from the architect, but it wasn't something that we really absolutely needed.
The architect recommended it?
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on this? Mr. Galante, I'm going to ask you to stay with us. I'm going
Okay.
to invite Mr. Dunn, who's been waiting to speak. Mr. Dunn, if you can unmute yourself and then give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn. So we still have you as muted. There you go. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes,
All right, if you can give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
All right, sir, let's start with your name and address.
Brian Dunn, 309 Astor Drive, Shirley, New York, 11967.
309 Astor.
I'm directly behind the property.
Yes, sir. And initially looking at the, I see 309 Astor radius is 9. I'm just looking at 9. I have you directly adjacent to the parcel. Is that possible? Are you at the corner of Astor and Boxwood?
Yes,
All right, so you say directly behind, but you are immediately adjacent.
this is my house. That's
There's
my
the
house
aerial,
there.
right?
That's my
309
house.
at that corner?
Yeah, that's
All
my
right.
house.
So I see what you're saying. Your house must face on Astor. That's your primary front yard.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so this is your rear yard.
This property here is in between 309 and 592.
We see that. All right. So what comment did you have for us?
Well, basically, I see he wants to build a house. He wants to build a house for him and his family, but there's other properties out there that I think he should look into, because no, they're not giving him the right. Whoever showed him the property isn't telling him the truth. As far as the retaining wall, talking about an 8-foot drop from Boxwood down into my backyard. And basically where he's going to situate his home, he's going to be right in my backyard. His house is going to be directly looking into my yard. And I just think he's going to need big retaining walls. Are going to cost a lot of money to do it. I know we got the property cheap, but it's going to be a big cost as far as drainage, retaining walls, and I work in New York City. I'm an iron worker. I travel into New York every day, 4 hours, maybe 3 hours. I moved out to Long Island for a reason, because I don't want to live in Brooklyn. So I'm totally against this going in my backyard. I live here I bought the house in 2000. I have the house 20 years now. It's going to take away from my property. And I feel for the guy, but I think there's other properties out there that he can get that are flat, and basically he'll be able to build a house for him and his family. I feel bad that he paid the money for that property, but he should have investigated a little bit more. That's all.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for those comments. Questions or comments from board members? All right, then, Mr. Galante, I don't think I have any other speakers on the application, nor anything in writing. Did you have any final comments for us?
Well, I wanted to address just as far as the purchase of, I don't think it matters, but as far as the purchase, it was not 8,000, it was 25,000.
Ooh.
Yeah, there was actually a wholesale fee paid to purchase this. So, and then there was closing costs. And when you add it all up, right at the moment, I am currently close to $40,000 into it.
I feel really
surveyors, expediters.
Nice.
So,
really
I totally get it. I mean, yeah, I'm in his backyard, but it's pretty expensive. I have a lot of money invested in this. And so, that's all. Just wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Galante. Was there anything further from the board on the application? All right. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to close and hold.
Motion is to close and hold by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, gentlemen. Thank you.
Case number 27, Matthew DeWitt, care of Building Permits Plus, 19 Stillwood Road, Brookhaven, located on the south side of Rigby Street, 100 feet west of Reeves Road, Center Moriches. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing dog kennel located in the required side yard and for existing shed and existing hot tub. Rear yard variance for existing deck, side yard and rear yard variances for existing pool house with attached screen porch located in the required side yard. Height variance for existing 6-foot high fence located in the front yards.
Mr. Chair, I have Jason Allen for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Let's have you sworn. Mr. Doyle, can you swear in Mr. Allen, please?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
So help me God.
Very good. Mr. Allen, your appearance for the record.
Jason Allen, Building Permits Plus, Brookhaven, New York.
Very good. What did you want to present to the board here?
This piece of property is had the front yard designation changed by Arthur Gerhauser about 10 or 15 years ago, which created a lot of confusion. It's a very odd shaped yard. It actually sits right next door to Arthur Gerhauser's daughter's house. And
is the chief building inspector empowered to do that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Call the law department. I got the number if you want it.
I bring that up only because I understand that the zoning board chairman or the zoning board is the entity that could determine the front yard of a parcel, but go ahead.
We talked to you about it. But that's what I was told. Arthur told me that.
All right.
Okay, so some of these items that are on this property, which make it very cluttered, are permitted. Some have COs. But we're here tonight really to discuss the ones that don't. I'll start with the kennel that's in a side yard. That belongs to the Suffolk County Police Department. The owner of this property is a canine officer for more than 10 years. And he has to have that kennel. It's required by the Suffolk County Police Department. There's a shed in the side yard. The shed is a utilitarian shed that has some pool equipment in it and some other storage of some construction stuff that he uses around the house. There's also a 6-foot fence along the front yard. The front yard was, that fence was put up when the owner of that property purchased it. That owner has since sold it or lost the property. The fence remains. It's on his property. It's on my client's property. We can move around to, there's a gazebo that he built. It's adjacent to the pool. And they used to have some parties once in a while or whatever. And he has a large deck in the back that was permitted and CO'd, but then that was built in 1990. I guess he wanted to reface it. He made it a little bit larger, actually very little bit, only enough to put a step on it. He did raise it up a little bit. There is a screen room that was there, and he picked the screen room up and put it onto the deck. And I guess that covers all of those items. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Yes, questions from the board. Mr. Vega, could you show the board the aerial, please, again? Does the board have questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru?
Yes, Mr. Allen, to reiterate, you said that the kennel was something required by the Suffolk Police Department for him to maintain. He does have the dog he takes home at night after his work? Yes, sir. And that's why actually the kennel actually belongs to the Suffolk County Police Department. Yeah, but it's on. We tried to get a ruling that we didn't need a variance for it, but it didn't work out. I don't know whether that was the chairman's idea or the law department. Well,
Mr. Allen, no, that wouldn't be my idea. I appreciate it, though. Let me ask you, does the police department prohibit the dog from living in the house?
No, but he has 3 small children, one of which is only
Okay.
about a year old. And they do require that he has that kennel, but the dog can stay wherever the handler.
All right.
determines.
Mr. Lazaru, I apologize for interrupting.
That's all right. So, irregardless, bad word, irrespective of the Suffolk County Police Department's requirements, this is on his property, so we'll deal with it as being on his private property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go over to the right, the east side of the property, this 6-foot fence. You mentioned something that this is the neighbor's fence?
It was put up when the neighbor wanted it. I actually think that the neighbor put it up, but it's on my client's property.
Suffice it to say, could we suggest that your client approach the neighbor and tell him to move his fence?
Well, it's a new neighbor now, so I don't know who they figure that belongs to, but it does
Well-
fit right in with the neighborhood, and it is against the other neighbors.
Okay,
back-
well,
Gives
I would
the-
leave that to some bartering between these two, but I don't see any, if it's an existing fence and it's on this man's property, I'd just say have it moved. Now, the frame shed down in the southeastern part of the site plan, you said was for pool equipment and so forth?
Yeah, there's pool equipment. He's got a couple of canoes on the side of it, and he has some paddles, a couple of life preservers, just regular regular household and pool equipment stuff.
I see. Now, I would say it's associated with the pool. Let's go over. Is the hot tub in one of these things that you want to get a variance for? Yes, it is. Right. So the problem being it is too close to the back side of the property?
Correct.
Okay. And that hot tub is sitting on that wood deck?
Yes, sir.
How high is the deck off the ground?
The deck is 11 inches.
11 inches off the ground, okay. And the deck is another contentious or variable that you're looking for?
Yes.
And-
There was a deck there that had a permit. And what they did is when they went to reface it, I guess they raised it up a little bit because the original deck was marked as ground level.
Yes.
So now it's up 11 inches and they made it basically the same size.
Right. And then this deck also has a variance requirement for the fact that it's 4.3 feet away from the rear yard?
Yes, sir. And it's not ground level anymore.
Say that again?
And it's not ground, and it's no longer ground level.
Yeah, okay. You mentioned something about the gazebo. That's not, we're not considering any queries about that, but no, okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from board members? Do you have anyone wishing to speak on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have nobody.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Mr. Allen, along with every other pool house, this board imposes a covenant. Are you familiar with its requirements?
Yeah, it's a little expensive. The covenants are, I would rather have.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you if you're familiar with the cost of filing it. Are you familiar with the requirements of the covenant? Does the pool house in its present configuration and facilities that it has conform to the covenant that the board would impose?
Yes, there are no facilities in the pool house. There is electric.
I just wanted to be sure. All right, then if there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
I say close and hold.
Very good. Motion is by Mr. Lazaru to close and hold. I'll second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
just me and you, Charles. What can I say?
What can I say?
Mr. Lindsay, how
Aye.
do you vote on that? Very good.
Aye.
I heard
Oh,
enough
I
ayes.
didn't
Any
realize my
opposed?
mute was on. I'm sorry.
No problem. Any
I said
opposed?
aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Confusing sometimes.
Case number 28, Stephen Faby, care of Building Permits Plus, properties located on the east side of Lowry Avenue, 353 feet south of Beaumont Lane, Lake Grove. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard, rear yard and side yard variances for existing in-ground swimming pool.
Jason Allen, Building Permits Plus for the applicant.
Very good, Mr. Allen. You've been sworn. That was your appearance. What would you like to tell us about this one?
This is a small piece of property, typical Lake Grove in this development. He had put in a swimming pool, above ground swimming pool, which we got a permit and a CO for. He wanted, I guess because the children got bigger, he wanted to put in a pool. He put in a pool, swimming.
I have a feeling they're building it.
Pardon?
To sell it.
All right. I think that was from Mr. Lindsay, but I'm not sure how it related. Mr. Allen, so I'm sorry for the interruption. Just continue.
That's okay. So he built an in-ground swimming pool, and he did not get a permit for it. So the permit and CO for the original swimming pool is now void because it's been removed. The shed was located in the rear of the property, but because of the pool and the pavers and a little bit of grass, he moved the shed to where almost every other house in that development has a shed. I think even if the picture that number one picture of his property is with the white fence, the second picture of the brown fence is his neighbor, you can see the neighbor's shed is actually larger than his shed. There were a couple of long distance pictures that we took that show that there are sheds in almost every house. If you bring up the aerial, you'll see that. So we're here really to make this pool legal, even though it was legal when it was the round pool that is now gone.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Jason, when did he build the in-ground pool?
2017.
So just a few years ago, has there been any negative impact or input from the neighbors?
No, sir. A lot of the houses, if you look around, do have pools. Not as many as have sheds, but pools are a little more expensive than a shed. They get along very well. As a matter of fact, the only response he had was from some gentleman that lived on the property noticed as 16. And he had come over to talk to him because he thought it was somebody had applied for his property to put a pool up. So everybody else is happy with it.
So he's currently holding what, 8 foot off the property line?
The exact same amount that the round pool had, whatever that was.
Well, all right. So, but I'm trying to read the survey and it's not clear to me. Is it 8 foot off the property line? Is that what you're looking for here? Or is it 7.7 feet?
That's correct.
Yes, 7.
It's 7.7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's just under 8. How high is that shed? How tall is the shed that on the side yard?
The shed is probably probably between 10 and 12 feet.
I think
Okay,
the building denial says 12 feet.
12 feet. There we go.
So I see it's backing up to the neighbor who has a shed immediately in the neighbor's side yard, right against that shed.
But the problem with the other shed is that it's taller than my customer's shed.
Well, okay, so I'm not seeing those pictures, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, I think Lori has them.
That's all right. I mean, so there's been no negative input from the neighbors. The
Not at
pool is
all.
basically in the same place that the legal. Was there a variance for that above ground pool?
Yes, there was.
There was.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we granted, or this board granted a variance for the above ground pool at that location with approximately the same setback, I assume, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Let me redo that. The above ground pool was at 9.9.
Still requiring a variance, I think, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was a little bit further, but it was also sticking up out of the ground more.
Yes. That's the
All
difference
right.
between in ground and above ground.
Thank you for the clarification of that. And when you get a chance, you can drop off that phone number if you would. That would help you.
I'm just practicing for the next
Yeah.
hearing.
Oh, all right. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
The motion is by Mr. Bergson. Second is by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
You too.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vega.
I have an attendee who raised their hand, but I have them marked as case 29.
Because that's the next case. Maybe they want to make sure that, I see the raised hand came up again. They want to make sure they're going to be called, maybe?
Should I read the call?
I would read the call, yes.
Case number 29, Frederick Diggs, 22 Lolly Pine Lane, Medford, located on the east side of Lolly Pine Lane, 225 feet south of Jamaica Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard and side yard variance for existing above ground swimming pool.
I would bring Mr. Tufel up. He seems to,
Well,
be
Mr.
raising
Chair,
his
I
hand a
have
lot.
the applicant Frederick Diggs I put up.
Very good.
I'm not sure if Mr. Tufel is his agent.
Why don't we bring Mr. Tufel up at the same time? Mr. Diggs doesn't look like he wants to unmute or put his video on. That could be very well be the case. All right. Mr. Tufel, it looks as though you can hear us, but you don't have your video on yet.
Oh, well, it's not my video yet.
Oh,
Okay.
no, you're coming in now. Very good. Very
Okay,
good.
Great, thank you.
It appears as though, are you the applicant's representative here?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we have the applicant here. I want you to know his video just came on. Are you going to present the case?
Yes, I am.
All right, so then we have your client here, and he's obviously here to observe at this point. Let's just start by having you sworn, if you can give your attention to the board's attorney.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Very good, sir. Your appearance for the record, please.
Thank you. John Tufel, professional engineer, 707 Route 110, Farmingdale, New York. I'm representing Frederick Diggs, 22 Lolly Pine Lane in Medford, who's seeking side yard variances to maintain an existing 68.06 square foot shed and a 25.1 foot diameter above ground pool. We'd like to note that this lot, as it exists, is only 80 feet wide, where in the zone 100 feet is required, which contributes, of course, to the side yard variances. The existing 8.2 by 8.3 foot shed is located in the required side yard of 18 feet on the north side of the house. It is located 3.1 feet from the north property line and is in excellent condition. This shed existed when Mr. Diggs purchased the home 6 years ago. It is sorely needed for storage, as the house is built on a slab and has no basement. Regarding the above ground pool, this also existed when Mr. Diggs purchased the home, again, about 6 years ago. It's located 6.7 feet from the north property line, where 15 feet is required. It would be very difficult to relocate, as it's adjacent to a pool deck with a walkway which terminates at a rear patio. So it's kind of like one continuous structure. It'd be very difficult to remove the, move the pool. Mr. Diggs has discussed both of the above structures with his neighbors who have no problem with it. And this completes our case. If the board has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Tufel. For the board members like myself who can't read the survey, what does the survey say this side yard setback on the pool is? Is it 6.7 feet? I can't.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep, there it is. Yes, correct. 6.7.
Very good. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mazzarella.
how are you, Mr. Tufel?
I'm fine, thank you.
And I see you have your client here. Unfortunately, he wasn't there at the time. So the real question I would like to ask is why did that walkway go straight out and make a complete L instead of on this diagonal? But unfortunately, the parties that designed that are not here, so I can't even ask that question. Other than that, you had already mentioned that the shed, I believe you said, is in pretty fine condition.
Yes, he just finished some work actually redoing the front of it, so it is.
Okay, is there and again, I had trouble reading a lot of the numbers also. Do we have a height there on that shed?
The height isn't shown. It's approximately 9 feet, 9 inches in height.
Okay, is it a prefab or is it a shed that was built?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask Mr. Diggs. It is wood though. And it's in good condition.
Okay. Alrighty. And I can appreciate being someone who lives on a slab as well and relies heavily on my shed because I have no basement either. So, but with that, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? I'm assuming that your client doesn't want to speak. Do we have any other speakers on this application?
Mr. Chair, I have no other speakers.
Thank you. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, grant the application as presented.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Case number 30, Jason and Kelly Rudish, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the west side of Fordham Avenue, 100 feet north of Jamaica Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests front yard setback and total side yard variances for proposed attached garage addition, side yard variance for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Andrew, did you need to get that phone call?
I don't think it's me.
Okay. Are you previously been sworn? We'll just take your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
All right, so my client here, whose birthday it is, as a matter of fact, happy birthday, is doing everything the right way and, has a lot of proposed items she'd like to have made legal. Covered porch is just replacing the existing porch. The garage is a garage. There's no garage to the house currently. Our surveyor was kind enough to show the adjoining lot on the survey. As you can see, it's in line with the adjoining house, the house next door. So there is complete precedent in the area for what we're looking to do. In terms of the pool, it's as you can see from the setup of it's the best spot to put it. 8 feet from the property, standard size pool, not tremendously big. The shed is an undersized, it's a 140 square foot shed. Just the way that the area is landscaped, it have to hold 2 feet instead of 3. It's not a significant request, we don't feel. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
So you're here for the garage addition and for the pool, but I don't see any variance request for the shed. So the shed is in a conforming location?
It's 2 feet, so I mean, technically, it's undersized, so, I guess we could get the, to 2.5 feet if we have to.
Yes.
But yeah.
All right, so the building department denial has shed 10 by 14 to be moved to conform. So that's why the variances that you seek are for the pool and for the addition to the attached garage.
Sure.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair. Mr. Melguinera, how are you, sir?
Good, how you doing?
Quite well, thank you. So the house never had a garage, is that what you're saying?
No, there was an addition put on in the back, but there was no garage, so they're looking to add one.
Okay, so there was never a garage on the at that location. You're just adding one at this point.
Oh, where I could just quickly double check that. Well, there was a garage at one point. It has been converted.
Has been converted to living space, I'm assuming with permission and COs?
Yes.
Okay, and the garage addition you said is basically setback at the setback line of the neighboring property, and you're also you're also saying that most of the houses have a similar setback in the area. Is that correct?
Exactly right. Yes.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. There's the aerial that is being proposed. Well, it's a little jagged, but okay. Some go in, some go out. Okay. My other question to you is the pool location. I have to assume it's in that location because of the brick walls on the opposite side of the property. And what are these brick walls anyway? Are they retaining walls or are they just decorative?
I mean, they're not full on. I mean, they are retaining walls in the sense that they're not tremendously big, but they are there.
So they're retaining planters, basically. Right. And not, because I mean, the grades in the area don't seem that drastic to have actually retaining walls. So they're just basically retaining planting areas and things like that.
Correct.
And the pool's maintaining a side yard of how much?
8 feet.
8 feet.
Yes.
And how far to the new addition, to the garage addition?
It will be about 9 feet.
9 feet.
9 to 10.
9 to 10. Okay. And I show here on my survey also that the deck is to be removed. Yes. And also we have a covered porch 16 by 8, but that's not an issue on this variance at all. I don't know why you're calling it out. I'm just curious.
Oh, I mean, they're adding the covered porch. Yeah, it's not part of the variance. It's just part of the overall application.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And the shed in the back that's moving to conform, it's just moving to conform, or is it actually proposed?
It is actually there. It's going to be moved to conform.
Okay, great.
There is a shed there, but it will be moved.
Any issues from the neighbors?
I have no correspondence to my office. I believe there are no issues.
Okay, and do we have other pools in the area, similar size and location and setbacks that you know of?
There are pools in the area, and I don't have direct knowledge of the exact setbacks, but I don't think this is precedent setting.
Anthony, do we have any, can we have the aerial back if you don't mind, Anthony? Okay, I do see some above grounds in the aerial that are very close proximity to the property lines and some built-ins as well.
Correct.
Some to the rear. Okay. All right, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, board members, for the record, that concludes the 4 p.m. interval. We have the holdover interval before us, which I would like to go directly into. And I believe that we would start with a rehearing, case 38 of March 25, 2020.
That's in the name of Mohammed Iqbal, care of Daniel Groth, 150 Motor Parkway, Suite 401 Hop Hog. Properties located on the southwest corner, Lincoln Avenue and Byway Lane, Mastic Beach. Applicant requests permission for existing garage conversion to habitable space.
Mr. Chair, I have in Daniel Groth, who and Andrew Malguanera, they are together presenting this.
Very good. I
I also
just
have a
saw
speaker
Mr.
on this
Malganera
case.
get up and I saw Mr. Groth sit down. So thank you very much.
I also have a speaker on this case.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Groth?
Yes, it is.
All right, sir, you're an attorney, correct?
I am.
All right, then let's just take your appearance for the record, please.
Sure. Daniel Groth, 150 Motor Parkway, Suite 401, Hop Hog, New York, 11788, together with Andrew Malganera.
Very good. The record should reflect that this matter was initially before the board in March. I think it was March 25th, later adjourned to sometime in April, and ultimately the board issued a decision which granted permission for a 6-foot fence and denied the balance or the remainder of the application. Understanding the limited participation on behalf of the applicant, this board considered a letter by your office, Mr. Groth, dated July 8th, 2020, wherein we permitted you to come back on behalf of the applicant to rehear the issues, the specific issue as to the permission for existing garage conversion to habitable space. Is that generally an accurate resuscitation of the history here?
Yes, and we appreciate the opportunity to be back before you, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
good. So in that regard, then, I will ask the board to incorporate the minutes of the prior proceeding.
Okay.
Does the board have that motion?
So
All
moved.
right. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So with regard to this application, Mr. Groth, what would you like to present to the board?
Well, for starters, I'd like to point out that the only reason we're here is because the two lots were merged at some point prior to our client's ownership. That ordinarily on a 60-foot lot, there wouldn't be an issue with the garage conversion. I'd also like to point out that the garage conversion was there when we purchased the property, as were the tenants. I understand there have been some issues with the tenants. They predated our ownership as well. And at the moment, with the state of the world being what it is, there's no action that can be taken as far as any tenants go, at least through January at this time. So we think it's fairly straightforward that under other circumstances, a single family house on a 60-foot lot in this area would have no issues with the garage conversion, but we're here to address any questions and concerns the board may have about the application.
All right, sir. Well, the board's review of this application indicates that this is a non-occupied rental dwelling. Is that fair? Is that fair enough to say?
Yes, that's correct.
We do have an indication that your client lives on Pettit Court in Dix Hills.
That's right.
And is the owner through himself personally or through an entity called IQMA Realty LLC of a number of rental dwellings, at least 6 in the town of Brookhaven?
That sounds correct offhand.
All right. Do you know of more than 6? Is our research not accurate?
No, I can't think of 6, but it's certainly right around that number.
So if I was going to ask you the purpose of this application to convert the garage, what is it? What was the purpose of the garage conversion?
I don't know can I interject or how does
Yes.
that? Okay.
Well, let's give your appearance for the record.
Yes. Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent. So on this, they purchased the house like this, already converted. So they inherited the problem and are just trying to, rectify it. It's the tenant issue that they had, and I believe it has been an issue. As they said, it was inherited, but he is trying to clear it up as best he can. And I don't think, it's a single family house, and they will apply for a legal rental permit once they get past this point. So they're trying to fix the problem that they inherited.
Well, let me ask you, Andrew, since your office filed the application, there was I don't, in looking at the certifications for the property, we do see the 2-story dwelling. But we don't see any reference to a frame shed that's in the corner of the parcel. It may have been because the applicant is proposing to remove it. It may have been because it was overlooked, but do you know anything about that structure?
I believe it's removed.
It's already gone.
Yes.
It still shows up on aerials. I recognize our aerials are maybe a year or two old, but
Yeah.
that is being removed, or it has been removed
Yes, we
already.
can have verification of that, but yeah, it is removed.
All right. And in terms of this particular dwelling, to confirm or that the frame shed has been removed, and to determine the use of the structure presently, do either of you have authorization from the owner, either the owner LLC or the individual owner, to permit us an inspection?
Subject to the tenant, we have no objection to it.
Yeah, the tenant's a little difficult, I think, but yeah, I mean, they will absolutely be open to having the town look at it for sure.
Mr. Grath, can I ask you, how many tenants are there presently?
My understanding is that there are 2 adults and 2 children in the house. It's a one family rental.
And when you say it's a one-family rental, does that mean that it's got 1 kitchen?
That is my understanding.
All right. It's obvious that the board is looking close at this parcel, because we know that the applicant has at least 6 rentals in the town of Brookhaven. And if I know that both of you are familiar with it, but when we looked at it, we determined that all except for 1 have either an expired or no rental permit. Only 1 has a valid rental permit of all 6 parcels. That's a concern to the board. And I think moving forward, we would like to see an effort before deciding this application in obtaining rental permits for every rental house this individual through himself or his corporation owns. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's no problem with that at all.
All right. All right.
yeah.
So you know all of the addresses, and I can tell you, if you want information, we know when they expired. We know which ones never had one. We know of the violations that are going on in all of them. But this is our opportunity to clean up this situation with regard to these 6 houses owned, because they are not owner occupied. And as a result, both of you know that non-owner occupied status results in issues, ongoing issues concerning maintenance and use of the dwelling. So in terms of that, let us start with this. Why don't we accept your offer to inspect? And I'm going to put you on a new date. And when we come back, I'd like to hear from one of you to tell us about what efforts are being made to obtain or renew the rental permits for the other 6 or the other 5 houses.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Fair enough?
I would like to add, Mr. Chairman, one of the houses is being sold, for sure. And we have been retained to pursue the permits on at least 2 of the other properties. So,
Well, that's good to hear, but we're still dealing with a number of others. So let's take the opportunity to, and again, all within the Mastic Beach or Mastic area, but let's just take the opportunity to look at all of them and to bring them all up to speed, so we can all walk away from this with a better situation concerning the holdings of this individual.
it's not a problem, Mr. Chairman.
Completely fair.
All right. So is there anything further from the board today? I will say that we have communication from neighbors. It is similar to what we originally received. Mr. Grath, I do recognize your comments that you believe the pictures, especially the one of the nude male, in one of them came from a prior tenant, was a prior tenant and prior to your client's ownership. That's what you've told us in the letter from your office.
To clarify, I believe that to be the case, but it's not a tenant that we rented the property to.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the communication we have received, let me read it for the record. I want to give you certainly are entitled to respond to it, and at least we'll have that in the record when we come back. Do you want me to do it?
No, I could do it. I
Okay.
have other letters too.
All right, very good. Ms. Riccardi will read
Mr.
them.
Chair, I have a speaker.
Very good. We'll take the, why don't you promote that individual? Ms. Riccardi will read what we have while that individual is being promoted.
Is the speaker Mr. San Pietro by any chance?
Correct. Ms. Riccardi, correct.
All right,
is.
so you don't have to read that one then.
That was the one letter from him signed, and it was signed by other neighbors as well. And the photographs that he submitted with the letter. And then I also have an email from Richard Neese of 5 Drury Lane, Mastic Beach. The town should inspect the property before granting a variance. This appears to be a strange request. From the street view, this house shows no garage. There is a large picture window where a garage may have been. It would appear that the garage has already been converted. Neighbors have told me that there are 2 families renting this property. Mr. Iqbal is interested in a 3rd rental income. Please look at the property. And that's all I have.
All right. Mr. Vega, has that individual been promoted?
Yes, they don't have video, but they have audio. They are
Okay.
unmuted.
And the individual's name is what?
Mr. Pietro?
Mr. Pietro, can you hear us? All right, I think what we'll do is we'll read Mr. Pietro's. You're on mute.
He said,
Okay.
sorry, he says he does not have a microphone.
Okay, I'll read the letter. It says the owners of 72 Lincoln Avenue are asking to have garage space converted into living space. The home is a rental unit with 1 family currently occupying the top floor. According to Brookhaven Town Code 85258B1, owner occupancy is necessary if there is an accessory apartment in a single family home. The homeowner does not live in the home and does not maintain the property, as can be seen by the pictures provided. Granting this request would make it easier for the landlord to turn a single-family home in a residential neighborhood into a 2-family apartment. We, the homeowners in the neighboring homes, are against this. Paul San Pietro, 97 Lincoln Avenue. Linda Derma, 263 Mastic Road, Mastic Beach. Deborah Powell, 64 Lincoln Avenue, Mastic Beach. Julia San Pietro, 97 Lincoln Avenue, Mastic Beach. Sign that. Other neighbors are against this. Also, they are social distancing themselves because of the current situation we are all dealing with and not willing to sign this petition because of that reason. And then there's another letter attached. ICMA Realty is asking to have garage space turned into living space, which they are currently working on without a permit. This can clearly be seen by the construction vehicles and dumpsters in the driveway. There is a family currently living on the 2nd floor, and at times there have been separate families living on both floors at the same time while ICMA has owned the house. According to Brookhaven Town Code 85258, owner occupancy is required for an accessory apartment. This house is owned by a corporation. According to Town of Brookhaven law investigator Alex, a corporation does not qualify for an accessory apartment. According to Brookhaven Town Code 82-10, a rental registration is required to rent a home. Pictures provided from the Town of Brookhaven website show there are no rental permits on Lincoln Avenue and Mastic Beach on record. ICMA Realty has rented the house for over 2 years without a permit. ICMA Realty is a horrible neighbor who does nothing to keep up the home, which can be seen by the pictures previously provided. The new pictures with the appliances is what ICMA Realty left in front of the house from Friday afternoon, October 16th, 2020, until it was picked up by a scrap collector Sunday night. Granting ICMA Realty living space for a garage and 1st floor that they are already working on would only encourage them to rent out the additional space, which they are not allowed to by town code. We are asking you to deny this request, and that was also from Paul and Julia San Pietro.
All right, Mr. Graff, in terms of the ownership of the dwelling within the name of the LLC, I don't see that we have on record the certificate of good standing in New York that is current. So at the next hearing, I'd like to see that produced for the record. But I will note in conjunction with what was just read to you that since ICMA Realty LLC came into title, there has been no rental permit that has been applied for with regard to this application. I recognize this is an existing conversion. You need to deal with this conversion before applying, because if there's a violation or non-certificate structure, you can't get the rental permit. So I see that this is the right direction that you're going. But again, there's too many instances with this LLC or individual where there was no rental permit ever applied for, or where there was construction done, creating violations, in some cases creating 2 kitchens, 8 bedrooms, and you know the parcels I'm talking about. So let me give you the date that we're going to return. We'll perform the inspection. You'll bring us your efforts and plan with regard to bringing all of the other structures to code and properly permitted for rentals, and we can move on with this application. Ms. Riccardi, what dates do we have?
The only date we have within 30 days that he'd possibly get an inspection would be November 18th.
All right, I understand that if the inspection can't be done before November 18th, or Mr. Garth, if you need additional time to give us good, solid information as to where we're going, we can, at your request, adjourn to the next date. But that adjournment will take place on November 18th, and then we'll go to our December 9 hearing.
Okay, thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Is there anything further from the board in this regard? All right, then is there a motion to hold over until November 18th?
So moved.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on the holdovers, case number 18 of October 7th, 2020, Edward and Joanne Siapa, care of Andrew Malguinera, properties located on the southeast corner, Harts Road and Wilson Avenue, East Moriches. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Wilson Avenue for existing shed located in the required front yard, not permitted, and for existing deck, also front yard setback variance from Harts Road for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, I have Andrew-
Malguinera, yes, thank you, Mr. Vega. You're back. Just your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguinera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson agent.
Thank you. The record will reflect that this matter was heard by the board on October 7, 2020. At the time we were going to make the motion, we determined that the variance required for the existing pool was not noticed. As a result, and through the efforts of Mr. Malguinera's office, we have everything now properly noticed before the board. With regard to the pool itself, Mr. Malguinera, did you want to add anything that wasn't discussed previously?
I think we got everything out at the first hearing.
All right, and with it being properly noticed, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any speakers.
All right, if the board has no questions, I'll take a motion. If not, let us know what your questions are.
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented to.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, case numbers 45 and 46 of July 15, 2020, Randy and Christine Werner and Cliff and Melissa Lorenzo, care of Tracy's Permits, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue. Property is located on the east side of Kensington Way, 1,350 feet south of Casey Lane, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests permission to move lot lines between 2 plots 1 and 2, requiring lot area variance for the existing one-family dwelling on lot 1 due to the conveyance of a portion of property from the south. Applicant requests lot area variance for the existing one-family dwelling on lot 2 due to the conveyance of the portion of property from the north.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Let's get you sworn, please.
I'm swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. And your appearance for the record, please.
Tracy Rivera, office is located 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, under Tracy's Permits. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We were back before you a few months ago looking to do a lot line modification, which would bring the 2 parcels into more conforming ratios with the size that we were at. The smaller portion of the parcel, which is north of the applicant, is on 100 by 100. We were looking to do a lot line modification and taking a piece of 80 by 100 from the larger parcel. At that time, we had to hold the hearing over due to restrictions and covenants on the larger parcel. That went before the planning board last Monday. The application that we were looking for, everything moved forward. It was granted. I forwarded it over to the Secretary of the Board of Appeals, Lori Riccardi. I do not have the actual grant letter because they haven't been typed up yet. So we're back before the board, as you requested, to have planning board taken care of first. And once again, we're just looking to do a lot line modification.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I do have evidence of the planning board's decision on the application. We're in 97%. I think 97% lot clearing was requested, and that was denied, but it was granted for 58%. Do I understand that?
Yes,
that's the decision?
absolutely. Mhm.
So there'll be a revegetation plan to be submitted by the applicant to the planning board for their consideration and review.
Yes, it's already in the taking now.
All right. So then I will have the board consider all of this. Are there any further questions or comments from board members? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this application? I don't believe that there's anyone else listed as an attendee. I'm going to make a motion to close and hold. Is there
So
a second?
moved.
Seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe that
Thank you.
concludes the holdover calendar. It is just coming on 6 p.m. executive session. Board members 6:15, 6:20. Is that
Okay.
acceptable? 6:20?
Mr. Chairman, I could be a couple of minutes late for that. I'm on
All
my
right.
way.
So you know what? Why don't we do 6:25 to get Mr. Bergson there? Is there a motion for a brief recess? A motion for executive session, sorry.
So moved.
Made and seconded, all in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. That was executive session, so I just left the hearing. Yep.
Mm. What shine? On his or mine?
You're not muted.
Oh.
Okay, I see Mr. Mazzarella, Mr. Lazaru. Mr. Lindsay, sorry, Ronnie. Mr. Cunha. I'm missing Howard. Very good.
I'm back.
Very
Ronnie,
good.
I have to admit
1,
that was a good
2,
last comment. Where are you?
5, 6. All right. Board members, turning to today's worksheet, I'm sorry, is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So
No
moved.
motion.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to today's worksheet, page number 4. Case number 7, in the name of Staker Properties LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The prior covenant is amended to eliminate prohibition against storage of vehicles only to the extent to permit 3 vehicles to be stored overnight, owned by the company utilized by the occupied business, subject to covenant being filed with the Suffolk County Clerk reflecting same, and also conditioned upon the applicant obtaining special permit from the planning board for outdoor storage of vehicles. It's a type 2 action.
Second.
That motion is by Mr. Lazaru and the second was by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 8. Case number 24 in the name of Christina and Stephen Smith. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant type 2 action.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
The record will reflect that Mr. Bergson is opposed. The chair is opposed. Motion carries 4 in favor with 2 opposed. Turning to page number 10, case number 27, in the name of Matthew DeWitt. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Granted, subject to filing with County Clerk, Ray Pool House Covenant Type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 15. Cases 45 and 46 of July 15, 2020, in the name of Randy and Christine Werner and Cliff and Melissa Lorenzo. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant type 2, subject to the revegetation plan pursuant to the planning board decision of October 19th, 2020. Sorry.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 17. Under request for grant extension, cases 17 and 18 of October 18, 2018, in the name of Kenneth Burns. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we got to go back to the prior motion. Because
I'm sorry,
Mr. Lazaru was absent on that, and he seconded it. So I think we need to redo.
Thank you for pointing that out. Let me take a look at that. So board members, page 15, cases 45 and 46. I have, that's correct. I have Mr. Lazaru and Mr. Mazzarella abstaining due to an absence on July 15th. I have the motion. Oh, I see. The motion was to be made by Mr. Cunha, which it was, but the second did not come from Mr. Lindsay. So can I take a motion from the board to reopen?
Motion.
So moved.
I guess it's not a reopen to, all right. And then to, not sure
I'll
what
do
the
the
right
motion
motion
again.
is.
Mr. Chair,
Let's have a new motion on the case. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to grant type 2, subject to the revegetation plan pursuant to the planning board decision of October 19th, 2020.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha. Mr. Lindsay, I'll take your second. Is that correct? You
Sure.
seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 4 in favor with 2 abstentions. That would be Mr. Mazzarella and Mr. Lazaru. Thank you very much for pointing that out. And then now we can go to page 17. Cases 17 and 18 of October 18, 2018, the name of Kenneth Burns. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, reinstated to the hearing of November 18th, 2020.
Second.
All right, I'm sorry, I don't think we did the motion at the top of the page. So I called for the motion on Kenneth Burns. Mr. Lazaru, that motion is?
What is that? The
At
top of the page?
Yes.
Okay, prior grant of 10/18/2018 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 4/18/2021.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On the request to reinstate the calendar, case 17 of May 6, 2020, in the name of Carol Manel. Does the board have a motion?
Reinstated to hearing of November 18th, 2020.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, board members. Turning to page 21, case 35 of September 23, 2020, in the name of Suzanne McEwen and Richard Sabatino. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to withdraw.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Does the board have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion second. Have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. See
Good
you soon.
night.
Night.
Good night.